Good morning. It's 8 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Top stories say gold prices in Dubai fell sharply today after global markets saw a sudden sell-off. Local bullion rates in the UAE dropped from around 665 dirhams per gram to about 629 dirhams, a 35 dirhams decline after gold briefly hit fresh highs earlier this week. Yesterday, it closed near 639 dirhams per gram. Gulf News reported, and the slide mirrors a broader downturn in international metals markets, where gold pulled back more than 5% after breaking through 5,000 an ounce, a level that reflected recent record-setting rallies. The retreat in prices wasn't limited to gold. Silver, copper, and other metals also weakened as traders booked profits following recent gains. Analysts say that the rapid advance in precious metals had run too far, too fast, prompting investors to take profits. Because Dubai gold rates closely track global spot prices, these international movements quickly show up in local prices, affecting both investors and the consumers. Moving on, UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss strengthening the strategic partnership between their countries. The talks took place at the Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations. The leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas, including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy, sectors that remain top priorities for both nations. The discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across the multiple fields. And now over to some international news. Tesla to spend $20 billion as it shifts focus from cars to AI and robotics. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double the Wall Street expectations, as the electric car maker reshapes its business and amid sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. In a surprise move, Tesla also plans to discontinue its oldest vehicles, the Model S sedan and Model X SUV, freeing up factory space to build new products such as its Optimus humanoid robots. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, XAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology development. Tesla shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news, even after the company reported quarterly results that beat expectations. This is all for now. More news coming at 8:30. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's the morning drive here at Mira Business FM with me, Tim Elliott, and AI next, which is, it's not just a technology question. You may have heard me say that a few moments ago. It's become a human question, and across the region, we're seeing organizations investing heavily in AI, but many struggling to move beyond kind of pilots or surface level use. And the challenge isn't really access or ambition, it's how people adapt, it's how they build confidence, and it's how they learn to work alongside machines in a way that kind of genuinely changes behavior. It's us getting to grips with it, I think. Mohammed Katani is the Senior VP and General Manager of Middle East for Salesforce, which is an AI CRM, a customer relationship platform. Good to have you here, Mohammed.
Thank you so much for hosting me.
Yeah, you're very welcome.
For our conversation. Thank you.
It's good to meet you. Look, we're considering the impact of AI on the workplace. And I guess this is one of those questions at the moment that so many people are thinking about. And it's essential, isn't it, to ask the right questions to understand the implications and the opportunities. A question like, what aspects of my job could potentially be automated by AI would be a pretty good starting point for a lot of people.
Well, I mean, it's a very good starting point, as you mentioned. And it starts, I would say, with analyzing what do we do on day-to-day basis in terms of tasks that are really and actually important. And the recent researches showed that 41% of the tasks, with all of the automation that we have currently, still considered low-value tasks.
Yeah.
And that's what you don't want your employees to waste time on. You want them to be focused on more strategic elements in things that are actually important. I mean, to take any job as an example, I mean, let's take the content that we're speaking about today. Preparing for this content before AI or before online, it used to take ages, a lot of research, a lot of manual work. But this can be done much faster with AI because you're technically can get ready, equipped. You can be an expert in a topic without actually really going through all of the studies. So there is a lot of legwork that's been automated there, which allows your time to be utilized in more important things, more important researches, more important tasks that rather than almost half of that would be consumed in low-value tasks.
Well, I mean, this is the thing, isn't it? It really, it seems to be that we're still doing that legwork, and AI could help us. Whether it's being more strategic, we could be more focused, we could be more creative, were we to understand the importance of what we can. It's about harnessing this.
Yeah. I mean, exactly, and it's not either or. It's how you get the best of both worlds together, because there are still things like, I don't know, leadership, storytelling, emotional connections that AI still can do. So basically, and AI is still evolving, so maybe AI can do those things. I mean, we're talking about agentic nowadays and how agentic is picking up and really doing skyrocketing achievements and results. But as of now, still, it's a partnership between both worlds to get the best out of them and to conduct a more quality product in a shorter time.
It's important to highlight the skills that make people unique, I think, the potential impact of AI on those skills. So identifying those unique human skills a particular employee possesses that AI might struggle to replicate. It's that kind of separation line, isn't it, that we have at the moment?
I don't think we're ready for it. We're still experimenting a lot of tasks and use cases for AI for us to define that. And I don't think there will ever be a separation or a line of separation. Yeah. I'll tell you why, and I'll give an example. Because now, when AI was introduced, it also introduced fear in decision makers that they don't want to miss the train, they don't want to be, the FOMO impact, And I've met many technology leaders who actually went shopping, and I'm using the word shopping for a reason, with all of the latest technologies in, CPUs, GPUs, building data centers, investing in power infrastructure, because they don't want to miss the train. And they ended up with a super expensive infrastructure. But the impact on business was very low because it wasn't driven top-bottom. It was driven from a kitchen. Like if you want to open a restaurant, you go, spend your money on those most expensive stoves, ovens, fridges, freezers.
Sure.
Then you don't have a chef, or you don't have the right ingredients, and then you don't have the right recipes. You will end up with an expensive kitchen. But the first thing, I think, what I would always advise business leaders is how you can redesign and reimagine your business today. Like you pick any industry, I don't know, in retail or airlines or real estate. How is the business today, and how this business can be revamped tomorrow? Which clients are not contributing to my revenue today? How I can be faster and more agile? How can I equip my employees with information at their fingertip? How can they respond to my clients in milliseconds? How can they know their journeys with me end to end, wherever they are, whether they are in a shop or in a call center or in a sales office or cold calling to develop pipeline? So those are the questions that business needs to answer, and then come up with, use cases that are legit for the business, and then develop the right infrastructure with it. Because bottom up is an okay approach, but it's costly and not necessarily will end up in a huge impact on the business.
There's also the pace of change in AI and AI development as well, isn't there? Keeping up is almost impossible. So let me ask you about your fluency, AI fluency playbook that you've just recently published. What this does is it looks at the shift to working alongside machines, right? So to harnessing AI as a tool through a very human lens. And one of the things that you contend, and I think this is an interesting approach, is how we adapt to AI emotionally and how we adapt practically to AI. We're getting better, aren't we? Slowly but surely.
We are indeed, and we use also Salesforce as an example of utilizing AI. Our global CEO is a big believer that we are, and not will be, we are the last generation that will witness human-only employees, and soon enough we will have to learn. Coming back, to managing the emotions, how to manage a digital employee and a human employee, and this is because of the adoption that we saw from utilizing AI within Salesforce. We have AI embedded in almost every function, every tool, online tool that we use. If you go to help.salesforce.com, you are talking actually to Agentforce, who is our AI agent,
right,
that processed in the first year more than 2 million conversations, with, I would say, more than 70% solved without human interaction. And the AI agent was intelligent enough to know when to escalate a topic that is not solvable by an AI to a human being. Like, imagine how this was, the 70%, if it was handled by humans in the past, what would this mean in terms of manpower, in terms of time, in terms of cost, in terms of customer satisfaction, I would say, because you're taking time until you answer, until you get to them, until you search for the information. But it's really contributing to the speed of how we do things, more than replacing humans. Being more productive, more agile, achieving better results, better customer satisfactions. So he comes from our CEO comes from that mindset, and this is why the human aspect and the emotional aspect is equally important, because soon enough we will be managing digital employees.
It's a wild concept, but you're absolutely right. It's not something I've spent a lot of time thinking about. Okay, so according to research, your own research, AI adoption has changed at scale. So 85% of employees now feel confident using AI, which is good news. So we're really getting there. It's part of your everyday life. If you search, you're using AI almost immediately with the summaries of whatever you search. What's helped us move from that kind of resistance, that anxiety that you feel, to confidence and daily use, do you think?
I mean, analyzing history is important because we have gone through multiple industrial revolutions in the past. And in every revolution, humans were afraid that they would be replaced by the steam machine. Or when in the 2000, or 90s and the 2000, when computers evolved and internet was introduced, we were afraid that we would be replaced by computers and then would be replaced by robots. We're still there.
Yeah, we are.
Hopefully we make it after AI, but
just about.
Yeah, exactly. But so the fear is always there. However, what happens, the process that we go through always, is new jobs will be redefined. I don't know, if you take mailing, for example, posts, and how we moved from a postman passing by houses, delivering envelopes, all the way to a click on a screen and becoming electronic. Okay, the postman job died, but another 10 was introduced in the exchange server for the email, the network connection engineer, the technicians, the utility and the power and the connectivity, the cooling in the data center. So you have a multiple of impact, and the predictions are we will have more jobs introduced. I think 6 or 8. I really can't remember the exact number. I can find it out, but by 2028 to 2030, more jobs will be introduced because we are entering a completely new things. And if you take any business process, like in selling and buying, in procurement, for example, the RFP and the tender process. I remember the days, not so long ago, by the way, 10, 15 years ago, when it was an envelope. You take the envelope, you submit your responses, and now you just upload a file on a link in less than a minute. So, yes, some jobs disappeared, but trust me, multiple X's more jobs were introduced.
It's just the pain, isn't it, that we have to go through when these things happen. A couple of years ago, I took my son to the post office with me, and I needed to post a letter to the tax authority. Right? It's quite an important thing to do, but because of the parking, I'm like, look, you jump in, just post it, just go and buy the stamp, post it, and then jump back out, and I'll go around the block. And I hadn't thought this through. He had no clue what you do in a post office, really what a stamp was. He had to go to all these different guys at different desks just to send me a letter. Because things have moved on, and he's at another stage from me. And that's one of the things in human existence that, when the machines first appeared, the Luddites wanted to smash the machines. These were evil devils, and we don't need them. We have to get to a point where we help people understand that, unfortunately, evolution moves forward, whether we like it or not.
Correct.
In business and in life.
Correct, because if you technically think about it, the moment we wake up till we sleep, we make decisions.
We do.
And when you make a decision, it's a process of a risk mitigation exercise. So every decision you want to take in a day, you evaluate the risk until it's within an acceptable level, and then you decide and you move on. Imagine you have help removing the stress from you, helping you analyzing stress every day, and that can be somehow not outsourced, but collaboratively done with a digital agent who can do the research for you, who can help you analyze it, who can help you feed you with information and to make your job faster and easier, and I would say less stressful.
So human AI collaboration should save us so much work time. It should improve efficiency. It should help with decision making. When it comes to integrating AI, the mindset needs to be, how can I augment or enhance my current role rather than replace it? That's where we have to get to.
Not only a role, the whole business. Okay, let's take an example. Let's take Let's take airlines, for example. In airlines, it's one of the most complex industries because it runs by the second. You have a lot of heavy operation. You have multiple systems to run it, from booking systems to flight operations, managing the crew, the catering, the back end for your financials, and the customer experience journey, which we do at Salesforce. And imagine the amount of manual efforts that is there with the automation that is available today to get to data and make sense of the data, where it is an information where I can decide something on. And you want to fly to a destination, you call, let's say, take the call center role or a function within an airline. You would wait for a couple of minutes, somebody answers. The expectation is of today that you know me by my phone number before answering. You know where I'm flying. You know where I flew. What's my status? How many miles do I have? Am I happy or unhappy customers? How many tickets I logged in the past year? Do you expect my level, and instead of me, I have a flight from Dubai to London, flying tomorrow, I need to put seats together, or I want to change something, and re-explaining yourself every time you call the airline. That's what I'm talking about. How I can redefine the whole customer experience process with an airline with AI tools, where I can make that agent, phone agent, or maybe it could be an AI agent answering the phone. But let's take the example now as a human agent, empowered, equipped, where I make him an expert with everything he needs to know, that human at that exact time, in real time, not 2 hours later or 3 hours later or a week later, that in that moment. This requires a huge integration with different data sources from all of the systems I mentioned, be it loyalty system, back-end reservations, flight operations, etc., and getting those data, analyzing them quickly, and feeding what's important to the agent. Human being and the current technology stack, it's close to impossible because the efforts that needs to be done technically is so complex. But with AI, analyzing structured and unstructured data, being able to feed that information quickly, providing a summary, suggestion on the next step, predicting even the next step. And I just took a simple function, a role of a call center agent in one industry. But I would say businesses don't need only to think of how they predict the future, but I think they need to shape it, and how an airline, for example, can be entering a new business completely, a lifestyle business. I mean, if I'm an airline, I fly 20 or 30 or 40 million passengers a year. I have a data of 20, 30 million. I know what they like, what they don't like, where they live, which cities they fly to, and I can provide many other services. I can redefine my partnerships with, I don't know, healthcare providers, with gyms, with, I don't know, different subscriptions. I can move to subscription model. I can, my points can be utilized in so other different means, you know. So it's redefining the whole business. And I'm just throwing ideas out of my brain. But honestly, if you take that concept and apply it to any industry, in retail, in real estate, in family businesses, in telco, you would figure out that things are absolutely possible today. I can tap into totally new revenue streams because technology made it possible and made me super, super fast in executing the day-to-day tasks. So whenever I go to a role and I say, okay, AI will help me search, it's not that, honestly. It is way deeper in reviewing what you do as a business, how you exist, why you exist as a business, and how you can generate revenue streams. Then you go to roles, and how can I embed it, how can I regulate it, how I can trust it, how I can test it, and then take baby steps towards a complete new revolution. Because I do believe those functions will be redefined. Businesses will be redefined as well.
You're painting a very different, a very detailed picture of AI being right at the heart of everything we do. The thing is, AI is kind of a mishmash at the moment of knowledge, and it's disparate. It collects from so many different sources. So trust is still an issue, how accurate some of the responses are, how we need to prompt. So it's key, I think, to consider the ethical implications of AI, to make sure that we're using it responsibly, using it fairly. So what kind of ethical standards should guide AI use?
I think it's quite advanced in terms of governance. I think the most important thing is transparency. So any organization that uses AI should declare, should be transparent with their clients on that the usage of AI. Should be monitored, tested. Data sources should be reviewed. Data governance should be there as well. Data residency laws locally in any country should be also followed. So I believe every regulation should be studied, should be implemented, but the most important thing is transparency with, you know, the outside world when AI is used and when AI is not used.
Let's take a broader view beyond just the business, the technology, and consider the human and cultural impact of AI on work, on productivity, on creativity, and also confidence that we've mentioned before. How does AI reshape creative and knowledge-based work?
In our day-to-day basis, and if you took, again, go back to airline, for example, or let's pick another one, retail, for example, you have how many products in a supermarket, how many clients visit you. You need to think that you always have, in the customer experience world, two journeys together. Your customers and how you segment them, family, a couple, single, married, not married, and so on, and what are their needs, because the segmentation for you is important for you to sell and grow your business, as well as your product journey and how the product is designed to meet the requirements of those customers. Okay. That's heavy data, heavy. How many SKUs you have in a retail shop? Thousands, hundreds of thousands, and how you can tailor those products to each customer segment. If we go back to airlines, matching a holiday destination with a person who likes, I don't know, beaches and who traveled always to an island in his past 5 to 10 years is important. I wouldn't suggest a huge city, New York, as a holiday destination. I would stay within what they like. And it's more even complex in airlines because you combine different products to come up with a holiday product as a package. So you combine a resort with an airplane, with a category, an economy or a business or a first class, time. So you have a lot of things that you need to analyze in terms of data for you to suggest the right product to that customer. So you always have this customer journey to keep segmenting and improving your segmentation, and a product journey to help always categorizing the products the right way to meet those client standards. And that's AI would provide huge help there. in knowing, suggesting, executing how those two journeys should go hand in hand. Because just to add one thing, 86% of people who lives here in Dubai expect more personalized journeys. I don't want to see the content on your website like you're similar to mine. No, it has to be. You have to know me. It have to be. It has to be more personalized. If you take government services, for example, are so advanced. I mean, you can renew a license in less than an hour. You can, I don't know, do a car registration in half an hour. You can get your passport renewed in a day and printed and delivered to your home. So those are luxuries because this is the must-have things. I'll renew my passport if it is renewed in a month or in a day.
These are standards.
Yeah, those are standard and given, and we take them for granted. So imagine the same persona is dealing with your business of nice-to-have products, booking a holiday. I can take it from you or another 100 providers. Why would I take it from? I'm willing to pay more, but I need similar experience to what I'm doing with other automated services. So this is why analyzing those two lines and the customer journey with your product journey is always important, and how data is heavily analyzed with the help of AI would take you to a totally new level.
There's a lot more I wanted to ask you. We're out of time, unfortunately, but it's been fascinating, genuinely. Mohammed Khatani is Senior VP, General Manager, Middle East for Salesforce. Thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I really appreciate it.
Enjoy your day. Thank you.
It's Mira Business FM. This is The Morning Drive.
Good morning. It's 8:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Gold prices in Dubai fell sharply today after global markets saw a sudden sell-off. Local bullion rates in the UAE dropped from around 665 dirhams per gram to about 629 dirhams, a 35 dirham decline after gold briefly hit fresh highs earlier this week. Yesterday, it closed near 639 dirhams per gram, Gulf News reported. The slide mirrors a broader downturn in international metals market, where gold pulled back more than 5% after breaking through $5,000 an ounce, a level that reflected recent record-setting rallies. The retreat in prices wasn't only limited to gold. Silver, copper, and other metals also weakened as traders booked profits following recent gains. Analysts say that the rapid advance in precious metals had run too far too fast, prompting investors to take profits. Moving on, UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with the Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of the strategic partnership between their countries. The talks took place at the Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across multiple fields. Global precious metals markets saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and weakness in the US stock market. US spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $82,887. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25 Indian rupees, 76.31 Pakistani rupees, 33.13 Bangladeshi taka, 16 Philippine peso, 12.74 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound equals to 5.05 dirhams today. That's your daily financial update, and that was the news. I'm back with the headlines at 9. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
It's the morning drive at Mira Business FM. I'm Tim Elliott, and next up, let me just paint a picture for you. You are heading into the office. Maybe you've got a meeting in a gated community later on, or you're maybe dropping the kids at a friend's house, a friend's villa. We all know the drill. The windows goes down, the Emirates ID comes out, the security guard writes down your phone number, takes your vital statistics and an option on your firstborn child, and then lets you through the barrier. Now, our next guest is trying to delete that entire process. He's one of the minds behind a platform that will be known as My Gate Pass, which is perhaps about to become your new best friend at security barriers across the Emirates. That's the hope. Yahya Kabara is the COO. It's good to have you here.
Thank you very much, Tim.
Good, very
Pleasure
nice
to
to
be here.
see you.
Thank you.
So I should be absolutely transparent and come clean. We know each other. We actually met. When did you move into where you are now?
February this year?
February, like it's
2025.
It's nearly 12 months. Okay, so when you came to see where you live now, you were looking for a parking space, and there was a
Right.
parking space right outside where I live. We live opposite one another,
Yeah.
is the point now. And you looked up, you got out of the car with your wife, and you looked up, and I think I was drinking a cup of coffee, I can't
Yes,
remember, just
yes.
enjoying the day because it was sunny and everything else, and kind of said, hi, can we park here? I'm like, yeah, are you going to look? And that's how we know each other.
100%.
We'd never really spoken because it's the other side of the street until I came back last week, and I'm parking my car, got out, and you were moving stuff from one car to
Yes,
another, weren't you?
yes, exactly.
Okay, and it's a bit of a long, convoluted story, this, but we'll get there in the end. So you came up and said, hi, we've never been properly introduced. So that's how we know each other.
Exactly.
I say to you, what do you do? All the usual questions.
Exactly.
And you're
The
doing my
Dubai
go
questions.
part. The Dubai questions, exactly. And that's why you're here. But I think, genuinely, we got talking. This is a really interesting story because so many people go through this. Well, this is an issue. We've all been there. We've been stuck in the queue at the security gate. Someone manually types in our details. It's, to be honest, a little bit tedious, and I'm guessing
True.
this is where it comes from. So let me ask you this to start with. Yahya, what was the light bulb moment that made you guys say, look, I'm going to fix this. I'm going to digitize this.
Right. Well, it was, to be honest, it's Adel Bahush. He's our founder and CTO. His background is more into tech and building solutions and so on. He has a knack for efficiency. He hates it when he sees things that's not working properly.
Right.
And he had moved to the UAE a few times before COVID, and then he moved back again after COVID.
Okay.
And every time he used to queue up, he's like, there must be a smarter way. There must be a smarter way. And then he's like, you know what? I'm going to fix this. And he put his fixer hat on, and he started thinking of solutions. And then what he realized was current systems today in the market, each one is working on its own. So the systems today that even you have a digital system, what it did actually, it digitized the pen and paper, but did not solve the real problem of queuing up. Right? So
Yeah.
how do you transfer the information from one party to another safely if you don't have the same, if the world systems don't speak the same language?
They don't talk to each other, do they?
Exactly. So
Yeah.
think of it like your credit card. Imagine you need to have a different credit card for every store. And they don't, so, you imagine that. So you need one for Lulu, one for Carrefour, one for, I don't know what other brand.
That's not a good world to live in.
Exactly. So this is what My Gate Pass is all about. We created that visitor network on top to allow different systems to tap in to allow them to read our database.
Right.
So whenever a person pulls in, they are able to present a QR code, allowing them to safely enter. But we can discuss this more in details when we go to how it works.
Well, we'll get to some of the tech details there. I'm just
Right.
wondering, before anything else, actually, really,
Right.
what's your background? Are you always a tech guy?
I'm actually a data and marketing background.
Right.
So I'm more into that space. So what happened was after Adel came up with the idea, through a common friend, we got introduced and we started giving back ideas back and forth amongst each other. How can we use the data? How can we make sure the data is safe? How can we make sure that we're compliant with the regulations? What can we do about it? How can we present it in a proper light to the people? And this is where I came in and chimed into this process. So he's the technical CTO, and I'm more on the commercial or marketing side of the business.
Okay, so this is an idea that will hopefully streamline urban living, urban movement in a way. So no more need for physical ID exchanges, repetitive data entry, so seamless access, hopefully. It's kind of frustrating. How has the idea been received with, I guess, with the communities, first of all?
Right.
Was it an immediate green light? Was it like, this is going to make people's lives better, less frustration, less phone calls to us?
Exactly.
They're off our backs.
It's very interesting, this question, because every person sees things based on their perspective and how it helps them in the day-to-day, right?
Yeah.
So when I go talk to a facility manager or a building manager on their level, they're like, so basically you're another visitor management system. I'll be like, yes, plus.
But kind of.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I don't have to change your system. I can allow your system to be smarter, tapping into my database of visitors.
Yeah.
So that visitor, whenever he comes in, right, he can get in smoother and faster, and you have less frustration in the lobby.
Yeah.
Some people, believe it or not, they're like, I don't care, they can wait. But when I go talk to the C-level,
Or you got my
Exactly,
backup.
exactly. So
Yeah.
when I go talk to a C-level person or mid to high level in within those companies, they be like, "This is very good. This is something that we want to have."
Yeah.
It's not only about the easiness or the efficiency that we are able to create in the lobby, but also the data that we're able to provide for those management on top, understanding who is coming to their building properly, their backgrounds, when is the bottleneck happening, what can we do about it, and AI analyzing all this data on the go. They don't have to wait for weeks on time until they get some manual reports telling them what's happening, when, and where.
It's real time, isn't it?
It's real-time data. They are able to pull up this information on the spot and make decisions based on proper data and not just like, oh, what did the guy say at the lobby, right? With all due respect to everyone, but you know what I mean. You know, like a lot of the times we'll be like, what's happening there? Oh, let me ask this guy. And then he calls up and the guy doesn't have a system. He's like, yeah, maybe last night at 3 p.m. something this happened, whatever. So you never have a proper data-backed answer.
I mean, those are real scenarios, obviously.
Exactly.
I mean, that's what's happening. The other side of this is in lots of the communities, you need access to, obviously, residents, and you need access to, I don't know, the water delivery company. You need access to
100%.
supermarkets, to the delivery drivers, but you need to know who these people are. Privacy is a big thing. We're handing over IDs at a gate now. We don't really know who sees that data, takes that data down, keeps the phone numbers, for example. So how would my gate pass protect user privacy differently? Or how does that work?
Perfect. So exactly like you mentioned, and this is, I'm going to answer part of your question with another question.
Okay.
So you answered it. You questioned it right. How do we know today where our data is ending up? Who is owning this data?
I'm in a blue book at loads of communities over the years,
Exactly.
dropping kids with families. I don't know who's got my number.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And then you end up receiving random phone calls selling you random stuff. You know, like, how do you get my number?
I had a picture from somebody in Tanzania the other day
There you go.
offering services I did not want any part.
Exactly.
But these things happen, don't they?
So basically what your question is that what are we replacing that current inefficiency and loss or the data not being utilized or the safe use of data today that we currently have with my gate pass. So first of all, my gate pass, at least now we know from a company perspective, and at the same time for you, you know who holds your data.
Yes.
You are able from the app, from my gate pass app, to can view your history, and you are able to see where you've been through what.
Okay.
So that's one.
Good.
You are able to delete your account because we are GDPR compliant, and we are something called ISO 27001, which is procedures and regulations around data privacy and how we manage this data. So GDPR is like the European General Protection Data
That's the
laws.
EU directive.
Yeah, the
isn't
EU,
it?
100%.
Yeah.
And this is like the most stringent law around the globe.
Yep.
The PDPL, which is the local laws of the UAE around privacy, is also taken from or somehow very similar, let's put it this way, to the GDPR. And we also, by default, when we follow GDPR, we are following the local PDPL. The local laws is called PDPL.
I'm with you. Okay.
So
okay.
that means all of the data that we have, that we collect, will be stored for the UAE, will be stored in the UAE, and we're following the procedures to make sure everyone's data is properly secure and available.
Okay.
In the event a client or a building wants to collect this data, there's another story altogether. We haven't got to that level yet in our startup journey, but we thought of it, and then we have some kind of solutions to it, and we will only do it if someone is also GDPR compliant and they have their own regulations in place.
Okay, so that's kind of the compliance chain, I suppose.
Right.
Let's look at the user experience. If I'm visiting a friend in a gated community in a compound,
Right.
and my gate pass is the way we visit one another. What does that look like for me in my phone, and how does it work? Do I just hold the app up and they scan
Definitely.
it? Is that
That's it. You
Simple as
just
that.
scroll up, and then they ask you
Okay.
my gate pass. You open up a new QR code. So the QR code is dynamic.
yeah?
It generates every certain seconds.
Okay.
So you cannot screenshot as well. You cannot send it to someone. So it's very specific and secure to every person details.
That was my next question.
Here you go. I'm jumping
So you
in.
got there.
So and if you don't have my gate pass, when you
Right.
download the app, you can register. We've done integration with UAE Pass.
Okay, interesting. Right.
So you are, if you're a resident and you are using UAE Pass, you
Yeah.
are able to register through UAE Pass. So the entire journey from downloading to having a QR code is around 30 to 40 seconds, all in all. And then once you have the QR code, the gatekeeper at the gate, if they are using my Gate Pass visitor management tool, they are able to scan a QR code on the spot.
Okay. All right then.
We have discussions as well to say that some properties, they want to allow access control integration. So when you use your plastic cards to open your gym or to go to whatever,
Yep.
some properties, they want to delete all of that. They want to rely purely on our dynamic QR codes because you cannot copy that.
That's an issue in lots of communities. People cloning access cards, coming in, using the gym, using the pool.
Yeah, that
maybe
also
more
in
nefarious
cloning.
activities.
But when you go out for a walk, for example, and you want to go, you want to go to the gym, and then you find you don't have your card with you to open the gym as well.
Yeah.
But you always have your phone on you.
Yeah, you absolutely do. Okay, so less queuing, less time trying to find your ID. As long as you get your phone, and we all do.
Less plastic cards as well to hold.
Yeah, that's another point. So I can't see a downfall at the moment for the property managers and the security guys, because they get the brunt of this, the security guys, from people coming in. The guys the other side of the gate. How's this going to change their workflow? What's the impact going to be on their day as you see it?
So from a company, from a client, an end user, we call it in our sense, so they are the ones using our system, right? First things is that the USP, or the unique selling point for my Gate Pass, is our visitor network. So we are building this network that's open to all. What does that mean? That means today I'm working with one of the top delivery companies in the country and the region, onboarding their drivers on my Gate Pass. So whenever they visit a my Gate Pass building or community, they don't have to queue up like the rest of the drivers. Yeah, they have a speed pass where they just scan and off they go.
Right.
And you see the rest of the drivers just waiting in line, trying to get a hold of the security guard to write their names and details.
Well, that's the frustration of this, because I get stuck behind, as you probably do as well.
Everyone does, right?
Yeah, we all
But
do.
then, so the idea in here is, so now these properties have seen with this POC that how can we do it? If we can do it for one company, imagine we're able to do it for literally everyone else that's coming through their gate. So now they're seeing an efficiency on that point. And that doesn't mean that we have to replace your existing systems. And this was the main concern over that POC I'm talking about.
Oh, I was going to ask that.
Yeah.
What's the impact on the investment that has to be made in the existing tech?
So that's the beauty of it. So this is why we're saying that we have the visitor network and then we have a tool. So in case you already have invested on a solution available today, we can allow your existing solutions and systems to read our QR codes.
Right.
And then if you don't have a system, but you need to digitize and make use of this visitor network, we have a tool for you that is quick and easy to deploy. It takes half an hour to be live. And you can use it on any device, on a mobile or tablet, connected to the internet, and off you go. So it's pretty straightforward and easy. And then on the management level so you have the lobby level, right? The gatekeeper level. So they are able to easily access it anyway based on their locations of the signs. You can allow, and they automatically will see the configuration set by the upper management. So the upper management will have all of their buildings, all of the gates, and they can change configurations or requirements based on every building. So whether school, who am I looking into? What kind of visitor type is coming in?
Yeah.
Versus a commercial building, what are the different set of audience?
I mean, you've kind of pointed towards this with what you just said there. You're starting with gated compounds. It's the natural place to start, but the potential feels so much bigger for something like this. So commercial offices, you mentioned schools there, offices, even, I guess, government facilities. So if you had an appointment, I don't know, you're getting a new driving license appointment, door, in you go. There's a real control, but a natural flow to the control of the people that access the queues in the system. Because, queues are tedious things at the best of times.
True. I mean, we are currently live in commercial offices. We are live in residential buildings. We are live in industrial parks. We are live. Had a POC in a school at some point. It was successful, but the schools, they have a time, financial, whatever. Their fiscal year is different, the budgeting and so on.
Yep.
And then now we're onboarding as well construction sites and hotels,
Okay.
which is going to happen next week, or actually tomorrow we have a kickoff meeting. So we are already trying to create value per vertical as we move forward, because the requirements per vertical change massively. And then this is exactly what we do. So for example, in the commercial offices, one building or one client, he asks for an Outlook integration. So whenever he receives people in, he sends them an Outlook invite. The gatekeeper down automatically knows that this person is expected to meet this employee at this time.
Right.
Less friction, and he knows these many people are coming in.
Yeah. How easy was that to integrate?
I mean, we have a good team.
I was going to say, because I don't know, I have issues with lots of tech, maybe it's probably me, but okay. So integration is the key here, isn't it? For you
so
guys?
today, so 2025 was more of the POC year for us. We wanted to prove ourselves in certain verticals, and then thankfully we were able to succeed in all of them. Now in 2026, this is the year where we're actually growing. We still have a lot of more features in our pipeline, a lot of things we need to do, a lot of more integrations we need to go through, access control, fire systems, whatever it is. But this is where we want to go, okay, now we're ready, we've proven ourselves, let's go make your life easier and the life of your visitors easier as well.
Okay, how are you guys going to drive revenue from this? Is it a subscription model? How does it?
So it's a subscription model, as you mentioned, and this is another bottleneck. So most similar systems, the visitor management system tool, are perpetual.
You don't like
Nothing's
bottlenecks,
perpetual
do
in
you?
this life. Now you have your diet, get your food on a subscription base. Like, it doesn't make sense, right? So the whole world is shifting towards that. However, the idea of our network, the visitor network database, is constantly changing and getting bigger and smaller. Right? With that being said, this is what your SaaS subscription is for, and plus the added features and the requirements or any support that you require for our tool, if you get the tool. So this is the two different line streams basically.
Okay. Final question for you. We're nearly out of time, and it's the what's next question really. Where else do you think this technology might be applied? What are you considering widening this kind of, because this is proprietary technology, isn't it, that you guys are putting together? If you can tell me what you're thinking
Definitely.
about. But what other things are you considering?
Totally fine. So literally any place that you require to hand over your personal details, this is where we want to be. So we want to be the national shared database of visitor access.
Okay.
Right? So we want to make access easy, safe, and smart for everyone everywhere, and this is our mission. So when you think of that...
So it's another UAE Pass. I mean, it fits well with UAE Pass, just in the name, but it's another UAE Pass offering, really. It should be,
in a way.
It should be a standard. Is that where you're kind of heading?
In a way, yes. So think of it when you go to the hospital or clinic today, you still have to queue up in line. And then they will take your ID and they put it in the chip and then this whatever, right? So imagine you have a screen where you are able to scan your own QR code and automatically everything happens on the go and you don't have to wait and queue up in line. And you just walk into your doctor's appointment.
You did that to me the other day when we exchanged numbers.
See that?
Just scan my QR code. I was very impressed.
Here you go.
Who does this guy think he is? I'm
used to looking up to you because you live there.
I know, because I'm always on the balcony. Well, look, I've been really pleased to have you here. It's nice to see you. Here's to an end to manual ID checks, I guess. Yahya Kabara, founder of, one of the founders, the people behind My Gate Pass. Thanks for coming in, yeah.
Thank you very much, Tim. Happy to be here and hope someone can reach out from us after this.
Appreciate it. It's the Morning Drive. This is Mira Business FM. A like, a subscribe, always appreciated. Wherever you join us from, get in touch. Let us know what you think, and you can listen again if you would like to. Find us where you get your podcasts. Just search Mira Business FM.
Just let the man with the bell wander through. One of those moments.
You know what his nickname is?
Yeah, I do now. At the Future Hospitality Summit with Gerald Lawless and a man with a bell. We've kind of managed to stop you and grab you for a few seconds, Gerald. Just let us know why you're here and what you're up to today.
Well, I'm here at the invitation of the bench itself and Jonathan Worsley. And Jonathan and I go back a long way. I used to go to the International Hotel Investment Forum in Berlin back in the day,
Right.
Over 20 years ago. And I was talking to Jonathan, and he very kindly gives me the credit for suggesting to him that maybe we should do something similar in Dubai. And Jonathan is a fantastic entrepreneur, you know, who really has developed and evolved the bench so well over the years. And now look at this today here at Medina Chimera. I think it's really fabulous to see
It's
so
an
many people.
amazing event. It really is.
Yeah.
The bench, to anybody watching this, just in
Yes,
case, are the
sorry,
people behind the whole event, of course.
Yes.
Let's talk very briefly about you. To most people watching or listening to this, obviously you kind of embody Jumeirah in lots of ways, I suppose. That's one way of putting it. But what are you doing now?
Well, I mean, I've had a great time in my time at Jumeirah.
Sure.
And I finished around the time that I was becoming chairman of the World Travel and Tourism Council. I went into a head office role with Dubai Holding. Now I'm fully retired, but I do serve on a number of different advisory boards. You know. And,
Let's be completely honest. You're not really fully retired at all, are you?
You're worse than my wife now.
I know. What, she told me to come and talk to you today.
Oh, I
Keep an
see.
eye on you, you see. But I mean, you're still pretty busy, obviously.
Yeah, relatively busy. I think it's important to stay engaged. I love this industry. I love travel and tourism and hotels, hospitality, which I think that is really still underestimated by governments around the world who rarely even consider international tourism as an export, which actually it is if you think about foreign currency coming in to a country. And also the huge benefit it gives. I mean, I'm representing at the moment the World Travel and Tourism Council as one of their ambassadors, as a past chairman. I know we used to always talk about how travel, tourism and hospitality accounts for over 10% of global GDP, directly and indirectly.
Yeah.
But more importantly, in many ways, actually accounts for over 350 million jobs worldwide, which is about 11% of the global labour force. And this is something that really credit has to be given to the industry for the people who work. And look how seriously it's been taken over the years in the United Arab Emirates. And now to see Saudi Arabia understanding, wow, you know, this is quite an industry. It creates employment and it creates a very good financial situation as well.
Well, it does. I mean, there are so many associated benefits, but look at the UAE, the path of the UAE. When I first came here, it was the mid-90s. Abu Dhabi was a place in Wales to most people. And I kid you not, I've heard that a number of times. Dubai is now, the UAE, Abu Dhabi is very much on the map.
Yes,
It's kind of
indeed.
front of mind, isn't it?
And look at the other thing, I serve on the board of the Ras Al Khaimah Tourism Development Authority. And just to see what's happening in Ras Al Khaimah is phenomenal. And I think it's really encouraging to see Abu Dhabi moving so quickly. Dubai has led the way as far as tourism is concerned. And I'm delighted to see that. I mean, I also serve on the advisory group of Wasl Hospitality, which really is showing just the importance and the benefit of our industry.
Looking back on everything that you've done and pulling everything forwards, where is the future in terms of travel, tourism, hospitality in this region, do you think? What would you like to see more of, I think I'm asking?
Well, I would like to see, first of all, it being taken seriously, which now I think it is.
Right.
I would like to see very much that, like in the Emirates, for example, that it becomes a sought-after career to actually work in the hotel business, in the hospitality business, and particularly for Emiratis.
Yes.
I think that's something that is coming, slowly but surely, and I actually applaud the government for having now quotas and encouragement for private industry to ensure that they're bringing Emiratis into the business. I'm also very pleased to see the golden visa situation, the 10-year visas, the 5-year visas, which encourage people to come here long-term with their families. That's going to get very involved. As far as tourism itself is concerned, there's a lot of, I think, unfair criticism in some countries, particularly in Europe, about over-tourism. And there are other ways to do it. I've always give the example in Ireland where they brought in from the very north of the island of Ireland on the Atlantic coast,
Right.
the very south is 2,116 kilometers.
Okay.
And about 10, 15 years ago,
Good morning. It's 9 a.m. and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Top stories say UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of the strategic partnership between their countries. The talks took place at the Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas, including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across multiple fields. Moving on, gold prices in Dubai fell sharply today after global markets saw a sudden sell-off. Local bullion rates in the UAE dropped from around 665 dirhams per gram to about 629 dirhams, a 35 dirham decline after gold briefly hit fresh highs earlier this week. Yesterday it closed near 639 dirhams per gram, Gulf News reported. The slide mirrors are a broader downturn in international metals markets, where gold pulled back more than 5% after breaking through $5,000 an ounce, a level that reflected recent record-setting rallies. The retreat in prices wasn't only limited to gold. Silver, copper, and other metals also weakened as traders locked or booked profits following recent gains. Moving on, Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations, as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. In a surprise move, Tesla also plans to discontinue its oldest vehicles, the Model S sedan and Model S X SUV, freeing up factory space to build new products such as its Optimus humanoid robots. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, XAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology development. Tesla's shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news even after the company reported quarterly results that beat expectations. That's the news for now. I'm back with the headlines at 9:30. This is Mira Business FM.
This is Mira Business FM. My name's Tim Elliott. It is the morning drive. Coming up on the show in the next half an hour, we're going to be joined by our special guest. Karan Gupta is a global oil and gas expert. He's also a strategic advisor. He's from Ernst & Young Parthenon. He's going to be here to talk oil. Are petrol prices going to go up at the pump on the 1st or for the 1st of February? We will find out, and we'll be talking oil, petrol, gas, and more next here at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Mira Business FM, the morning drive. Here in the UAE, petrol prices are forecast to edge higher next month. It follows I guess a brief dip earlier this year towards the end of last year. Joining us in the studio, as I mentioned just now, global oil and gas expert, strategic advisor at Ernst & Young Parthenon, Karan Gupta, to help us break down what's driving the market and what we can all expect, really. Karan, great to have you in the studio.
Pleasure to be here, Tim. Thank you.
We've talked over Zoom before, but it's always nice to kind of be eye to eye, of course. Look, let's start. What are the main reasons, if I can keep this relatively low level for the reasons of my grey matter, the main reasons the petrol prices in the UAE are expected to rise in February?
Well, thank you, Tim. Thank you for having me. So the simple reason really is that there's more cars on the road, right?
Yeah.
Statistics from SALIC and RTA show that there was a 9% increase in new registrations last year. Mm-hmm. So there is, more cars on the road, and as we all know from the traffic this morning when you drove in, there's the population is only going to increase. But specifically in the short term and in the last couple of months, there's been a lot of geopolitical activity in the region.
Sure.
First of all, in Venezuela, where there was some events. Venezuela used to produce 880,000 barrels in December, and that fell to about 350,000 in Jan. So that's affecting the oil price. And then in Iran, we see naval forces from a foreign country moving into regional waters.
Geopolitical tensions,
yes,
as people term it, yeah, for sure.
So real geopolitical tensions, and then half of the world's exported oil on a daily basis goes through the Strait of Hormuz,
yeah,
which has had issues in the past. So there's a risk premium in the oil price, mm-hmm, and that's being factored in to what we're paying at the pump.
Okay, and of course that has a major influence on what we pay at the pumps here, because every month, prices are reevaluated.
Absolutely, absolutely. Gas prices move highly in correlation with oil prices, and albeit there's a little bit of a lag. So oil prices, for example, increased $8 a barrel in January compared to December, and so there is a chance that gets reflected in fuel prices. There are other reasons why the gas prices might move, factors such as refining margins and seasonal demand. But largely correlated with oil prices.
I mean, at the moment, for most people, we're reading of events in Venezuela, and we'll talk maybe a little bit more about Venezuela if we have time slightly later on. But we're reading about that. We're reading about, global geopolitical tension. Can you just go into a little bit more detail about how things like this, events like naval build-ups or President Trump's introduction into Venezuela, let's put it that way, the role that they play in pushing fuel prices higher?
Sure. So, as I said, fuel prices are, what we pay at the gas here in the UAE is dependent on oil prices. But when it comes to setting the fuel price in the UAE, that's done on a monthly basis by this committee, right? And they don't use just the price of Brent crude. They look at international benchmarks.
Yes.
And that's why something that happens halfway across the world may affect what we pay at the pump here. So when it comes to Venezuela, what happens is there's now a risk factor that's priced into the price of oil. And that affects international benchmarks because that affects trade. Because no one country, is able to produce and survive on their own. There's imports and exports. So the world is so interconnected. And that's why you see when benchmark prices rise, whether that's oil or diesel, you see an effect in the decision making when it comes to setting the fuel price in the UAE.
Okay, and most people talk about Brent crude as being a benchmark, WTI West Texas intermediary, as those are the two, I guess, big global benchmarks, aren't they, when it comes to determining an oil price average, really.
Those are definitely the global benchmark when it comes to looking at oil prices. Those are what you and I know of. The Fuel Pricing Committee actually uses the S&P Platts oil index out of Singapore, and then for diesel they use another S&P index out of Northwestern Europe, and that kind of reflects the amount of diesel or natural gas being used for heating homes, for example.
Okay. What impact does OPEC and production decisions have on fuel prices in the UAE?
So OPEC today produces more than 40% of OPEC countries produce more than 40% of all the oil, right? Previously that was higher, that was above 50%. So while their say is reducing as the U.S. expands production, as they have been over the last couple of years, they are still extremely influential. And that's why you see, the UAE, Saudi, and key OPEC members making decisions such as production cuts or production freezes, because they're trying to temper or counteract, the supply situation in the market.
This is interesting. I don't spend a lot of time talking about oil with people, and it's kind of, there's a juxtaposition there. I think you live in a country where the economy is so, or has been historically so, impacted by the oil price, and it's so relevant for all of us here. And I think a lot of us don't. It's almost like we don't take it for granted, but we don't pay as much attention because it's omnipresent. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's kind of so. It's fascinating to talk to you, even though we're talking at a relatively simple level, which of course is good. Global oil supply to me it appears relatively stable. The market is well supplied, perhaps oversupplied. Some would argue, I think. So if that's the case, why are prices under such pressure?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There is in fact an oversupply in the market, according to the International Energy Agency. That tracks these things, there is supposed to be a surplus of 4 million barrels per day throughout the year. So there is an oversupply, and that supply is driven primarily by the Americas and the production coming out of there. But that's tempered by sort of production freezes coming out of OPEC countries such as the UAE. So OPEC members are showing remarkable constraint for the greater good. But the sort of the pricing pressure that you're seeing at what you're paying at the pumps is again based on geopolitical activity. And in fact, I would say that you would see a much higher spike, but that's being tempered by the oversupply. So there's this sort of push and pull or give or take when it comes to pricing.
It's a really fine balancing act, isn't it? So let's look close to home and look at if you can kind of outline how the UAE's monthly fuel pricing system works for petrol and for diesel.
Sure. So interestingly enough, before 2015, UAE fuel price was subsidized. So we'd pay a lot less than the rest of the world.
Yeah.
But since 2015, when the government has now modernized and moved with the market, which is actually good for everyone, the UAE prices are set on a monthly basis. So there's a fuel pricing committee, which is made up of members from the Ministry of Energy, the Ministry of Finance, representatives from ADNOC, ENOC, all of these companies. And instead of just using the Brent crude price that you and I know about and talk about a lot, they use this international S&P Platts index, which reflect traded prices in Singapore as well as for diesel, the index coming out of Northwestern Europe. And they look at that as a primary factor, but then they also look at things such as refining margins. And because, for example, let's say there's an issue with a refinery and not as much crude is getting refined to be in a state where you can fill up your car, that might have an effect on supply of fuel that month. So they look at things like that as well before they make a final decision on what next month's pricing will be.
Okay, and that could be something as simple as, I don't know, a particular refining plant could have a breakdown or an issue, really as simple as that. Yes. Could it be that refining costs or seasonal demand are affecting prices this month, do you think?
This month is hard to say. I mean, it depends on, how much natural gas is being used to heat homes in Canada or the UK. So how bad the winter was.
I mean, it's been. I mean, anecdotally, I know. I've got family in the UK. It's cold, so they're using they're using
absolutely.
heating
So
more.
it can be a driver because that would affect the index, the international index that we talked about. So those are definitely factors. I would say in the UAE, maybe we're a little bit insulated and we're not feeling that as much. But global demand cycles, how much heating oil is needed, definitely play a part. But I think in this part of the world, apart from the geopolitical factors we talked about earlier, I think refining costs probably matter more.
Let's look at this and on a slightly more consumer level. What does a small increase in petrol prices mean for households, but also, and I think this is probably a more interesting thing, for businesses as well? Let's look at the impact.
Sure. I mean, I would say, do you drive an electric car or a gas-powered car? That would make a difference.
I'm good old internal combustion engine, unfortunately. I suppose.
Absolutely. So if you drive an ICE vehicle, you're gonna feel a little bit of a pinch. As a consumer, I fill up about once a week. I think that's average in the UAE, and it cost me about 150 dirhams. So let's say prices were to go up 6% next month at the most. That translates to 9 dirhams every time I fill up. So 40 to 50 dirhams a month on a household, significant, I think. But what's more significant, like you said, are businesses, right? Because businesses, especially those that rely on transport a lot, logistics businesses, your food delivery companies that we all love in the UAE, those will definitely feel more of a pinch because this goes directly to their operating costs.
Yeah, it does. And it is as simple as, isn't it? If we see an increase of 5%, potentially there's a little bit going to be on top of your coffee that you buy in the supermarket, the tomatoes that you buy. It translates as simply as that. It's something that we don't really think about, but it's expensive, the weekly shop these days.
Yeah, absolutely. It all translates back to the consumer at the end of the day. We'll feel it. We'll feel a little bit.
And the other way of looking at it as well, as a consumer, I suppose, is, as you point out there, if you pay 9 dirhams a week more, you're paying, 40 or 50 dirhams a month over the course of a year. That's a pretty nice meal out for the family, isn't it? That
Absolutely.
You've spent on petrol. Okay. That gives us good perspective. Should we expect more increases in the coming months, do you think?
I think in the near term with
That's the how long is a piece of string question.
Yeah.
Difficult to answer.
I wish I had a crystal ball, but I think with the current tensions that we see in the region and around the world, I think, there's definitely a near to midterm effect where we'll see higher prices. But hopefully that eases out, over the course of the year. We'll just have to see.
Yeah, it's very hard to say, isn't it? Yeah. I wanted to get your thoughts on something, just very briefly. News stories over the last day or two. News that Saudi Arabia is lowering prices again for crude oil exports to Asia. And this is the light grade, Arab light grade crude, as it's called. So Asia's demand for Saudi crude rising. That's my first question, yes or no. Indian refiners perhaps replacing Russian oil with Middle Eastern supply. Does that point towards lower global oil prices when you see these kinds of actions?
So I'll start with your last. I'll start with your last question first. So when it comes to pricing, that's largely dependent on supply and demand, right? Yep. And we've talked about a couple of factors. There is an oversupply, so I think OPEC showing restraint is probably keeping prices in check at the moment. When it comes to Saudi lowering prices or Saudi sending more crude to Asia, they're probably feeding into the refineries, right? So the refineries in India can take that oil, and then India has shown in recent months and years that they're going to go to the lowest supplier of oil, lowest price supplier of oil, right? They started buying oil from Russia when they could, and they are a energy-rich, energy-hungry country with the population and the energy demand. And they do produce oil, a significant amount of oil, but they can't keep up with the demand even internally, both consumer demand as well as demand from refineries. So I think it only makes sense that they're coming for light sweet crude from Saudi.
Okay. Final question, I suppose, and I guess in lots of ways, why did the US do what it did in Venezuela? Is it simply an oil play? I mean, there's clearly a great deal more at stake here, but you're here, so I need to ask the question.
Oh, that's putting me on the spot here.
It's a big one.
Look, I think what I can tell you is that the Gulf Coast refineries, that there's several refineries on the Gulf Coast in the US and there's some up in the Northeast, but they're set up to process crude oil, which typically comes from places such as Venezuela and Canada, the oil sands in Canada. And now with easier access to some of that oil coming out of Venezuela, that'll feed the refineries and keep them busy. So it makes a lot of business sense.
Karan Gupta is a global oil and gas expert, making it easy for us this morning, and I appreciate that. You're also a strategic advisor at Ernst & Young Parthenon, and it's been good to talk to you. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you, Tim.
Really appreciate it. Mira Business FM, it's the morning drive. Get in touch with the show. Tell us what you think. Social media, a like, a subscribe is always appreciated. And remember, everything that we do, all the content we produce is available to listen and or watch again on our website, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts from. Just look for Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
good morning. I am Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the 9:30 news on Mira Business FM. Top stories say that gold prices in Dubai fell sharply toward after global markets saw a sudden sell-off. Local bullion rates in the UAE dropped from around 665 dirhams per gram to about 629 dirhams, a 35 dirham decline after gold briefly hit fresh highs earlier this week. Yesterday, it closed near 639 dirhams per gram, according to Gulf News. The slide mirrors a broader downturn in international metals market, where gold pulled back more than 5% after breaking through $5,000 an ounce, a level that reflected recent record-setting rallies. The retreat in prices wasn't only limited to gold. Silver, copper, and other metals also weakened as traders booked profits following recent gains. The UAE President, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan, met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of the strategic partnership between their countries. The talks took place at the Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across multiple yields. And moving on, global precious metals markets saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and weakens in the US stock market. US spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $82,887. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25 Indian rupees, 76.31 Pakistani rupees, 33.13 Bangladeshi taka, 16 Philippine peso, 12.74 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 5.5 dirhams today. That's your daily financial update. That's the news for now, and I'll be back with the headlines at 10. This is the Mira Business FM.
Business FM, where business comes to talk.
It's Mira Business FM. It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott, and our next guest is someone who's been involved in animal rights organisations. She's been vegan since 1993. She's an advocate of how veganism, vegetarianism, not only benefits our health massively, but also makes a huge difference to the planet, to animals, and to feeding the world. She's someone as well who's had probably more written about her in national newspapers than most. I think that's fair, certainly in national newspapers in our home country in the UK and further afield. But that was a long time ago. It's the way it is when you marry a beetle, unfortunately. So with that out of the way, time to find out why she's here in Dubai. Heather Mills, how are you?
I'm great. Thanks for having me this morning.
You're very welcome. It's nice to see you. Look, you're here for... It sounds very odd here, but it's not odd, and we'll find out why. But you're here for Gulfood, the big F&B kind of sourcing event going on, twice as big as it was last year. Let's start with that. How's it been?
It's been phenomenal. We've already signed up 12 countries internationally. I've done Gulfood for a number of years, and I actually came over, and then COVID happened, and I couldn't get home. So I ended up living in the Atlantis for 3 months. In a room.
What a hardship.
Yeah, I know. I was so lucky. I did a deal with them because nobody was there. So I said, well, I knocked like 90% off and just stayed there.
So you had
for
the
3
run of the
months.
place. So
Yeah.
we walk around at night looking at the aquarium thinking,
it was amazing.
has there been an apocalypse?
Well, they ended up having the Kiss concert right outside that they'd pre-booked. Wow. So I stood on my balcony and went, oh my God, I'm absolutely blessed. And the weird thing is, my partner said, because you know that we had the first part of COVID, then there was a bit of a gap and they allowed people to travel.
Yeah.
That's when I ended up coming here because I was launching a load of products into Spinneys. And then I was only meant to be here 3 days. And my partner said, and I said, you should come because it could happen again and they might shut us down and lock us into freezing cold England in that time in the winter. And I forced him to come, and thank goodness I did, because being here was a blessing. You could actually go and walk around and do things. And I was ending up doing like 7 cooking shows at the Gulfood show because none of the chefs could fly in from around. So I was doing French, Italian, Greek, Moroccan. I even did a Greek tiramisu or taramisalata.
I was going to say, how does Greek tiramisu work?
Yeah. And so I've been a foodie for a long, long time, but it wasn't until I lost my leg in 1993 after working in the war in the former Yugoslavia, but didn't lose it there, clearing landmines, that I crossed the street, a police motorcycle, chopped my leg off on the way to Princess Diana's false alarm, crushed my pelvis, punctured my lung, and I didn't heal in hospital. I kept getting an infection. They kept chopping more of my leg off. And my girlfriend said, you got to go vegan. Now I'm a Geordie, you can probably tell. Sausage and mash was our daily food. And I said, well, what is vegan in 1993? And she said, well, I've cured myself of breast cancer. And I was really skeptical, but I wanted to keep my knee because I love dancing, sport. So she dragged me off to Florida, a place called Hippocrates, and started shoving all these garlic, wheatgrass poultices in every orifice of my body. And I was healed in 2 weeks. Stayed raw vegan for 2 years, and then freezing cold England, near on impossible. So, and then I started to miss burgers, fish, things. So I started to make them in the kitchen, and I created the first vegan burger, which eventually became the Beyond Meat burger. Many years later, I created the first vegan Domino's cheese, the first vegan McDonald's, the first vegan Burger King, because I wanted to get the corporates to get a piece of the vegan pie, and then they wouldn't trample on us as we got bigger.
See, I read that, and one of the press release that came through about you was Guinness World Record holder, and I'm thinking, oh, I didn't know that. I had no idea. But you did McDonald's first vegan
90s.
burger
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
90s.
yeah,
I had
yeah.
no idea.
Yeah, I did all the vegan stuff that you see. So I did the first vegan egg, the first vegan caviar, and then I licensed the IP to different countries. And then all my profits go to animal sanctuaries. So my property businesses are how I live, but my ethical, environmental, vegan companies, my personal profits go to fund disabled kids and animal rights. That's what drives me, and that's my
It's,
passion.
it's a complex web you weave, isn't it? I mean, okay, so plant-based since 1993, the benefits of that. One of the things I think for people that are vegetarian or vegan is it's not so much now, but back in the day, particularly 33 years ago.
Yeah.
33 years feels like yesterday. It was hard, and you had to try really hard to create something that was tasty, that was a bit
Well,
more than.
all they ever gave you were boiled vegetables then when you went to a restaurant,
Or if
not
you were
even
lucky,
grilled.
you got a veggie lasagna, didn't you? That was
If you
it.
were mega lucky.
That was,
yeah,
I know.
Yeah, if you were mega lucky. So, yeah, I just thought, and for me, once it healed me, because I did it for health initially, and then, of course, once you're in it, you then learn about the animals because you don't associate that gorgeous, sheep jumping around, that little baby lamb, as that lump of meat in the supermarket. So you disconnect those to actually go and eat it. Because if a lamb's cuddling you and then you're eating it, you go, oh, what's going on? So I thought, people are addicted to fast food. So I needed to replicate the fast food junkie. So KFC, McDonald's, Burger King. And I thought, if I replicate them, we can get them off their, let's say, heroin, onto the methadone, which would be the fast food vegan stuff. Eventually wean them off onto quinoa, kale. I mean, my partner I met on a train was the biggest junk eater. He never believed 7 years ago that he would become vegan and love tofu. He was like, there's just no way on earth ever. And his friend said, don't you secretly get a burger when she's not around? He's like, no, because she makes me these vegan burgers and vegan schnitzels. And he said, it's just amazing. So I thought, let's do that conversion. I ended up 27 years, 84 products in Holland and Barrett, vegan duck, vegan this, and had to keep making new things. And when my kid was little, we were ice skating at Rockefeller Center, and it was the age of 6 when the questions go even more intense. And, Mummy, what's that smell? Oh no, that's a hot dog. I was like, oh God, I've kept my kid vegan for 6 years. It's over now. And I went up and said, okay, I'm not going to make a child do something, but they have to know what things are without getting into horror details. So I said, why don't you ask, she turned around and she said, what's in a hot dog, Mummy? I said, why don't you ask the gentleman? And he was,
you really wanted to find out?
He was from New Jersey, and he's like, oh, it's got some pig and some cow and all this. And she looked and she went, what? You put an animal in your hot dog? And she stormed off and she said, Mummy, you have to make me a hot dog. So then I developed a hot dog.
Right.
So every time it was like, Mummy, I want to have a cake, so then I have to do a cake. So I ended up learning all of this and then implement it into my factories and infrastructure. And then we became the largest manufacturers of plant-based in the world. And then Brexit came, which was an absolute nightmare because exporting was absolutely awful. It was a divorce with no documents. And so I ended up buying lots and saving lots of factories in the Northeast, like the Pepsi Walker's factory.
That, yeah.
And turning them around. And, we've had a real roller coaster on that. And then I took on investment for one of the companies, which I'd never done, because I know how to grow multi-million-pound companies, but I'd never done a billion-pound company, and tried to get the UK to take the IPO, but they wouldn't listen. They were really slow, so we did it over in America. But the problem with America was that they're all sort of spend loads of money and talk about tech, and they weren't real foodies, but they were brilliant at creating a 2 billion IPO. But they didn't look at, we were never a threat while we were in the millions. But when you get into billions, the meat and dairy industry, you need to have them on your side because they will lobby and destroy you. And that's why veganism has had this Gartner effect, because when the Beyond Meat had this success, even though I warned them, you need to spend half of all that money on messaging, marketing, pushback, and basically replicating all the big brands. They didn't do it. So it had a ricochet effect to us in Europe and the UK, and everyone dumped the word processed and ultra-processed on vegan. But actually, sausages, bacon, everything's processed. And if you said to me, which is going to cause you more harm, personally, health-wise, you're going to have way more harm eating the meat, especially in the UK where it's just pumped with antibiotics, and in America full of growth hormones. So the public are always duped, and people conceive things in the wrong way. But even I, who thought I knew everything about veganism, suddenly got Lyme's disease and couldn't eat my food. Like literally, my whole colon shut down. I kept saying I've got this severe pain. I was doing the Guinness World Records in speed skiing, skeleton, and everything to show you can be 47, have protein, and be muscly. I'm 58 now. And you can be vegan, because everyone's like, where did you get your protein? I was like, oh, God, people don't do any studying. It's like, for goodness sake. Anyway, I ended up being told I had to have half my colon removed, a stoma bag. I was like, no, no, no. I'm going to study this. So for 14 years, I studied with video through the colon, 500 ingredients, and found out about FODMAPs. So I worked with the Monash University in Australia, and I found out all I needed to do was stop garlic and onion. And I stopped IBS. I stopped bloating. Everything changed. And I thought, this is nuts. The amount of people that are struggling, some with acid reflux, some with bloating, some with pain, some without, and only bloating. So I ended up finding out, how can we make this as simple as possible? So I created No Bloat, done science videos, nobloat.com. You can see all the evidence. I put it into hospitals. They did tests on people, and we found out that type 2 diabetes was reversed, gone in 3 months. Type 1, down to 2 insulin injections a day. And so we ended up solving a multitude of things because it was an all-inclusive food that everybody could eat. It was Jain, it was kosher, it was halal, it was everything. And I launched it 3 months ago. It sold out in a week, and I went on our ethical online store, which is called alternativestores.com. So it's like Amazon, but ethical. And we help lots of small family businesses. And when I put it out and it sold out, I then said, we need to ask everyone. There's like 70,000 people immediately buying. Why are you buying it? And I thought it was all gut health. 50% were gut health problems, saying they literally couldn't travel, couldn't go anywhere without having issues. And they now take it on the plane. You add hot water, 150 mils. It's ready in 8 minutes, straight out the pack, or have it at night. And then the other 50%, weight loss, skiers, campers, bikers, hikers, athletes, convenience. So it's gone down a massive storm at the Gulfood show because there's nothing like it.
Well, we've got some here. So they're sachets of, I'll just read out a few different things. So sagaloo, which would be popular, quinoa, lentil, and vegetable chili. Nice. Pasta, lentil, and vegetable bolognese. No bloat. I mean, I can relate because I've had bowel cancer, and you have the associated issues with that. I had no idea how much gas there is in onion. So, I mean, I'm completely with you. The thing is, with all of this is, and I can tell, clearly you're an evangelist for, healthy eating the right stuff and what it can do, how it can heal. But the science behind it's important, isn't it? To get it across to people.
So important.
That it, you have backup.
And also, please don't everyone stop at having onion. Onion is brilliant for you if you're not intolerant of the FODMAP.
Just
so
be
for
aware.
me and you, onion is devastating.
Yeah.
And are you all right with garlic?
Not too bad. Do you
Because
know
garlic's a fructan as well. And some people are one or other, but I'm both. I can't do either.
No, it's onion for me. I can't believe I'm sat here with Heather Mills talking about my gut issues. I didn't expect that, but today's another day. But the science behind it. Talk to me about the science behind it, because I know you do videos that talk
and we do
people
manometry.
through.
We did manometries, endoscopies, colonoscopies
Right.
to find out what was happening through the esophageal valve. Now, a lot of people have small hiatus hernias and they don't know.
Yeah.
And they're pushing up through their diaphragm, and that's putting pressure through it. And they have lower esophageal valves.
I
So
said two.
certain to what?
Hiatus
hernias.
hernias,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's the way it starts.
Yeah.
I got mine because I was doing deadlifts in the gym, and my instructor kept saying, "You're so strong, do another one." And I literally am convinced that I felt a ksh. And I was like, "What's that?"
Right.
And from then onwards, I went through a lot of stress with my divorce, and the Lyme's disease came out of the cell, because 60% of people sit with the Lyme's disease from dogs, cats, ticks, everything, in the cell. And it's only when the immune system drops through major stress or illness that it comes out of the cell and it starts to rampantly attack the colon.
Yeah.
A lot of people have long, tortuous colons, so they twist and turn, so they can back up like a dam, where if you're not hydrated enough and you're eating foods that create fermentation and gas, the peristaltic movement moves, but they build up a blocker, and that's why you suddenly get huge IBS release with no control or severe diarrhea. And that's why these foods help calm the inflammation in the stomach, let the colon reset, start moving through, and you need to make sure you're very hydrated to keep everything going through. So when we did all these tests, we found out that there were 6 FODMAPs. So there's a mannitol, sorbitol, fructose, fructan, which is garlic and onions, oligosaccharide, which is beans, and fructose, and what was the other one? Yeah. So mine are mannitols and fructans I can't have. So I can't eat cauliflower. I blow up like a huge balloon.
I'm with you on that.
I can eat mushrooms, but only oyster. So I found out that people were getting reactions to button mushrooms, all sorts of mushrooms, but not oyster mushroom. And then I found out lentils were fine, but only to a micro dose. And if you literally went a microgram over on the lentils, you would get an issue. Beans were horrific, except black beans, in a certain milligram. And so that's why I said, let's make it so that if someone even ate 5 packets, the stacking effect, and didn't go to the toilet for 3 days, because they're initially sorting the colon out, they're not going to tip into the high FODMAP. So it's a bit like histamine. 1 week you can have red wine, tomatoes, chocolate, and there's nothing to do with FODMAPs. And the next week you can't. And it's about the glass. 1 drop too much in the glass, it floods the body with histamine. And that's why you get that blocked nose when you drink certain wines. And people blame it on sulfates, but it's way more than that.
Okay.
So it was 14-year study, because my mum was a homeopath, hypnotherapist and an acupuncturist at the Royal Marsden Cancer Hospital. She brought all of that alternate medicine 50-odd years ago into that place. And when she died, they built a garden in her name. So we were brought up on alternate medicine when people thought homeopathy and acupuncture was wacky.
It was all quackery,
a
wasn't
bit
it?
like vegan.
Yeah.
So moving forward, we need to sort our gut out. 90% of our serotonin is made in the gut. So if our gut's bad, our head's all over the place. It's foggy or we're
Good morning, it's 10 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Gold prices in Dubai fell sharply today after global markets saw a sudden sell-off. Local bullies rates in the UAE dropped from around 665 dirhams per gram to about 629 dirhams, a 35 dirham decline after gold briefly hit fresh highs earlier this week. Yesterday, it closed near 639 dirhams per gram, Gulf News reported. The slide mirrors a broader downturn in international metals markets, where gold pulled back more than 5% after breaking through $5,000 an ounce, a level that reflected recent record-setting rallies. The retreat in prices wasn't only limited to gold. Silver, copper, and other metals also weakened as traders booked profits following recent gains. Analysts say the rapid advance in precious metals had run too far too fast and prompting investors to take profits. Moving on, stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped on Friday after U.S. President Donald Trump indicated he has narrowed his choice for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates, but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some candidates. Asian shares have fell sharply, led by 1.3% drop in MSCI index of Asia Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Markets also saw the dollar strengthen and treasury yields rise as investors adjusted expectations around future monetary policy under a potential Warsh-led Fed, according to Reuters. Global precious metals market saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, while gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger U.S. dollar and weakness in the U.S. stock market. U.S. spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, and while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid a sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, XAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology department. Tesla's shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news, even after the company reported quarterly results that beat expectations. That's the news for now. I'm back with the headlines at 10:30. This is Mira Business FM.
It's the morning drive with me, Tim Elliott, here on Mira Business FM. Coming up in a few moments' time, another week that was for gold and precious metals. Our guest, Jeff Rhodes, he's the CEO of the Goldstrom Advisory. He's going to be in the studio to look back at what happened, why it happened, and what might be on the way as well. That's next at Mira Business FM.
Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Mira Business FM, the morning drive, talking gold now with Jeff Rhodes, and I'm umming because Jeff, it's so hard to know where to start. Do you know, I'll just tell you how I plan our discussions. So what I do is I read your reports, and I read them whenever you send them, and they're daily. And I think, oh, that's interesting. I'll ask Jeff about that, and then I'll ask Jeff about this. And I keep like a record. And last night I thought, okay, I know what I'm going to ask about. I've got a theme, and it's going to be really interesting. And then I come in this morning, and I think, the theme's out of the window. Have you ever seen anything like this? Never, I guess.
No, never.
Yeah.
I have been through a market in my early career, started in 1978. At that time, silver went from $2 to $50 in 2 years.
Which was unheard of.
Yeah, unheard of.
Yeah.
Just unheard of. Then having got to $50 in January 1980, by March, 2 months later, it was back at $10. And I always thought that kind of volatility I would never see.
Yeah.
Right. Now, I've been watching this market. This week is the most volatile week's trading in my entire 40 years in the bullion market. It's just incredible. And even myself, I was like, I had to get up in the middle of the night just to check the numbers to see. I thought I was dreaming, actually. Gold went from an all-time high of 5,602 in a blink of an eye to just about 5,100. It went back to 5,500 and back to 5,100. And all this time, silver is going between 106 and an all-time high of about just above $121.
Yeah.
And, Tim, when we were talking back a bit, and I'd had this view that we would get to $125 an ounce for silver, I think you looked to me as I had two heads. And I feel as I've got three today because it's just amazing. I've never seen anything like it. It needs to calm down.
That's the point, isn't it? And you're absolutely right. You predicted $125 for silver. You've since upped that to $150 this year. I'm wondering what you're going to up that to with the way this is going. It's $150. Yeah. And I did think, no. And then I've eaten my words, as I generally do with you. Why so volatile?
I think what's happened that suddenly gold, particularly gold and silver, are grabbing the global financial headlines. And whereas people like myself and people here in Dubai, very, very, they understand the gold market here generally. And so that market has been a very controlled market. You know where you stand. It's very solid. Yeah. What's happened with all the headlines, money is being attracted into gold, investment money into gold was never really there before. And as I was just saying off air, for example, if $100 million goes into US Treasuries, that's fine. I mean, that's just normal. $100 million going into gold.
That's not even a blip, is it? That's standard.
$100 million into gold. They're big numbers. And the big investment funds have turned their sights onto gold and silver because of what they're doing. I feel myself, it's to the detriment of the real market. The real market is the jewelry sector. You've got gold miners, and then you've got gold jewelers, and those two, from mine to shop front and being sold here. It's a fantastic market, but the volumes coming in are making it difficult for the trade. I mean, if you're a jeweler and you've taken finance from the bank to run your business, and that finance gives you 100 kilos, then gold goes up 50%. The facility from the bank is now only worth 50 kilos. Yeah. But you need 100 kilos for your business. And then the bank increases your facility, but then suddenly it doubles again and then halves. I mean, this volatility for the real trade, for the jewellery sector, is not good. I was talking early this morning, as I normally do, sort of 5 o'clock, to a very close friend of mine, a major force in the jewellery sector, and he was saying it's just so difficult to manage this kind of price volatility when you're trying to run a jewellery business.
And these are not the things that the people who invest in gold are considering in any way, shape or form.
All they care about is where it was and where it's going.
Exactly right.
And good luck to them. I'm glad it's here. I'd like to see it calm down. I really would like a period of consolidation, then go higher. I think, I've said it 3 or 4 times, I think the correction is on its way. I do. Where does that take us? About 4,600, between 4.6 and 4.4. Now, at the start of the year, at 4.6, you would have said that would have been a good move for January, because we ended around 4,300 at the end of last year. That's right. So a move to 4,600 would be seen as pretty good, but not 5,600. You know, where did that come from? And I don't think we'll see. I mean, every time I think it's done enough, it then goes a bit more and goes a bit more.
Well, it was less than 2 weeks ago. We were saying, 45, 52 next week. We had
we did
almost a wager, and
you won, Tim.
That wasn't a win, I tell you. That was just picked out of nowhere. But it's just remarkable. I had to throw out most of my notes because I came in this morning and I thought that looks pretty damn close to a correction to me. Even overnight.
I mean, in an intraday, it was 10%.
Well, exactly, yeah. This is your report, end of last week. So I'm making notes over the week, as I said. So, and your quote, and I think this is pretty much bang on at the moment. Trying to pick a top in gold is akin to standing in front of a runaway train, you said.
I did.
That's exactly what it is. And that's as you expected gold to hit 5,000.
Yeah.
And of course, here we are. 5,000, what is it? 52.20. It's around about there
the
at the moment.
Was yesterday 5,600.
5,602. It's obviously a bit less today.
Where to from here?
Yeah, well, that's the only question.
Where to from here? Yeah. I do think we're going to have a period of consolidation. It may be that we consolidate between 5,000 and 5,500. That would not be the biggest shock, but the market would be better off to see a deeper correction. And those people who thought they'd missed the boat will be able to come in. And I do think there are a lot of people on the sidelines looking to come in to dips, including myself. And silver, I think, silver is not going down that much. I think maybe $90. And remember, my original target was 60, and that was way beyond that. Yeah. Now, I do think 150, but I would like to see $90 silver. I'd like to see around 4,500 gold. I think that would be a good base to come in. I mean, listen, people listening, I don't give investment advice. I'm not an investor. No. Simply a trader, and these are my own thoughts. 4,500 would be very nice. For me, $90 would be very nice. And then we'll see a strong Q4. I could see it very easily, this massively impressive Q1 already. Consolidation Q2 and 3, certainly in the summer you normally get quieter markets. Then as you get into the last quarter of the year, I think we'll probably have Donald Trump coming back and saying whatever he says. We'll see what goes on. But I think, as I say, while we've got Trump was the biggest gift ever to the precious metals industry. Certainly gold and silver.
Yeah. And I mean, you've consistently said that. Yeah. The quote is, Trump is good for gold.
Trump is good for
gold. Copyright
yeah.
Jeff Rhodes 2025. That for me. All right, so look, still 6,500 is your high for gold. That's unchanged, but you'd like to see 4,500.
I would like to see it.
Yeah. Silver. $100, 110,
121.
100 and well, exactly. That's, 125. You said last year. Pah! I say to you,
Yeah, yeah. Is that all?
Yeah. Can you not do a bit better than that?
I'll try. I'll do. I'll do my best.
It's remarkable, though.
It is
Again.
remarkable. Have a look at the chart. It reminds you of Burj Khalifa. We should actually name this the Burj Khalifa chart. Silver is the Burj Khalifa.
There have been a few euphemisms that I think we've introduced relatively successfully, akin to standing in front of a runaway train. I like very much. I like the bumper cars thing because we are bumper cars at the moment.
Yeah.
Burj Khalifa for silver, that works for me.
Yeah, that works, doesn't it?
So
Yeah.
it's also a good. That should be the tourist shops, you know, where you get the fridge magnets and the silver Burj Khalifas. There's something in that.
Should be. Actually, the Burj Khalifa in silver.
Yeah.
You do know that at the recent Dubai Precious Metals Conference in November, they unveiled the biggest ever
That's right.
silver bar. What is it? A ton?
It was. I think it was a bit more than that. No, I
bit more
remember
than
that.
a
Yeah,
ton,
it was, I mean,
yeah.
it was huge. It was
it's
the
massive.
width of like 4 people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, what do you expect for silver then?
Silver,
looking ahead?
as I say, I'd like. Again, this is my wish on my wish list. Is a correction back to around $90, $90 to $80, and then it remains. I think latter end of the year, we're seeing silver at 150, and generally the trend for silver will be up because things have happened recently that are really interesting and very important. We know that China has always had silver held as a strategic metal. The US has joined China as actually telling the world that silver is really important to them. It's a strategic metal, and therefore that underpins the silver price. That we've never had that before, and we've never had central banks buying silver. But it looks as though instead of central banks, we've got governments buying silver. So I think that there's an official sector in silver now that we never had before. And that official sector is looking at silver because it can be used for so many industrial applications, unfortunately, including armaments.
Okay, so a strong future.
A strong future
That's
for
what
silver.
you're saying. Okay.
Yes.
Platinum. Record I saw on Monday, just under $3,000. I haven't followed platinum
No,
this
it's
week.
come
but-
off. And platinum and palladium have both had a sort of fairly tough day yesterday. Platinum is off the highs. Palladium never got to an all-time high, but that's also under pressure. So the PGMs, as we speak, are under pressure. Very different dynamics. You know,
Yes.
platinum and palladium, very different to gold and silver are monetary metals. Silver is monetary and industrial. Gold is monetary. Silver is industrial and monetary. Platinum is really industrial and jewelry. Palladium is more like crude. It behaves more like crude than a precious metal, actually.
Okay.
It's much more linked to the auto sector and energy in general.
There's a story I wanted to bring up with you, and I know you've been discussing this this week, and we're not off topic. It was a headline. I'm looking at Time Out magazine, actually, and it's the world's first gold street is coming to Dubai. The byline for that was, well, not the byline, but the subheading was, "It doesn't get more Dubai than this." But the thing is, I can see this. I mean, Dubai, the city of gold, the Gold Souk is a great tourist attraction. It's something I think it's one of those things that you have to tick off.
You do.
To go across, you get on the Abra, go across the creek and go into the Gold Souk and the Spice Souk and have a look through because it's an amazing sight.
It is.
You know, that kind of golden aura that you see as you go in. But a whole street in gold is another level.
But it is. I think it's such a great marketing kind of coup.
It's a stroke of genius.
It is a stroke of genius because, of course, we've had the Gold Souk in Dira there since the 1960s, I guess, probably before, but that would even before my time. But that really dates back, and the buildings all dating back to that kind of time. And I remember talking about the Dira Gold Souk, the Gold Souk itself, some time ago with a client of mine. And the key money, to have an office in the souk, you had to rent it, but you had to pay for the key.
Yeah.
And that key money, I mean, massive. It was most expensive real estate in Dubai. But that was always there. And then in the last 4 or 5 years, they've built like a new gold souk alongside the gold souk.
Yeah.
So it's really great. And then the concept of taking all of that and calling it the Dubai Gold District and creating a street actually that would be literally paved with gold. Rather than the streets paved with, there will be certainly gold in that street, and it will be a must-see for any visitors to this part of the world, and certainly to Dubai. A visit to Dubai's Gold District will be absolutely essential. Let me ask you a question. I like kind of turning things on you a bit, Tim.
Yeah, go on.
So Deera's, the gold souk in Deera at the moment, as we know it today, how much gold, the value of gold that you could see held in that very small part of Dubai?
Okay, well, it's not a huge area. It's not that many streets. Doesn't take you that long to go around it.
There are 3 gates into the souk itself.
Yeah, I mean, in a couple of hours you could cover pretty much and look in all the shops, and it's well worth it. Sitting have a cup of tea, just looking at some of the windows with belts of gold and some of the chains. I mean, it's amazing. I'm not particularly a lover of gold as a metal. I don't wear it, but I'm completely with you. A value? It's a lot of how long is a piece of string questions the last couple of days on this radio station. It's got to be in the billions.
You are in the billions.
We're in the billions. 5.
Good guess. Good
guess, but wrong.
No, you're actually, when you look at the actual amount of gold, probably around 6 billion.
Is it really?
But that is just the value of the gold. That's not including the making charges. That's not including diamonds.
Sure.
So
That's just if you weighed.
Yeah, so for me, it's $10 billion. $10 billion
in a small.
That's like the square mile, really. It's unbelievable. And how big is this going to be, Tim? I mean, this is without any investment into it, really. So when you've got the Dubai Gold District, I would have thought the target was in the $100 billion worth of gold, silver, diamonds, jewelry. I reckon the target is 100 billion.
Well, if you look at the track record of Dubai, when a district appears or a free zone appears, or the idea is obviously growth.
Yeah.
So that it wouldn't be a surprising target.
Where in the world? This is the most amazing country and cities in the world, Abu Dhabi and Dubai. And, I'm a great lover of Ras Al Khaimah. I think Ras Al Khaimah, Sharjah, Al Quain, Ajman,
well, you live that way, don't you?
Yeah, I do. I live in Rak. Yeah. And I just think it's the most amazing part of the world. And also, if you go down onto the creek, this side of the creek, and you'll see so many denominations of religion in the same street. Yeah, you've got Catholic, Roman, Church of England. You've got the Muslim temples. You got Hindu temple. You got Muslim.
You got mosques.
Mosques.
No, you're right. Absolutely.
All in the same street. And when you have the call to prayers and the church bells ringing at the same time, that for me highlights exactly what this place is. It's the most friendly, peaceful, and also vibrant and fantastic markets growing. I don't think you could go anywhere else in the world and say what you can say about the UAE.
And everybody likes gold.
And everyone likes gold.
Yeah, that's
and silver, Tim. Don't forget. Silver.
Sorry, I know. I'm
3-digit silver.
No poor cousin of silver here. Do you know anything else about this kind of gold street? I mean, I'm picturing. I in my mind I can picture it. There aren't really any details.
No, it's been kept close to their chest. Really.
Right. Okay.
I was asked this the other day, did I? Because obviously I'm kind of fairly well connected in the market. No, it's very coy.
Okay, so there's the story is that
it's going to be whatever it's going to be. You know, it's going to be the biggest and the best.
you know it's going to be shiny. It's certainly an Instagram moment, that's for sure, isn't it?
Yeah.
We haven't got time to talk about how scientists are mimicking the Big Bang to turn lead into gold.
Thank goodness for that.
I know. So
I'm not looking forward to that.
No, we'll leave that. It's not. This is not viable on any kind of scale. This is not China gold that
China gold,
you brought to the table.
Mind you, Tim, the way gold is going, maybe some of these really out there ideas could become financially doable.
You make a good point.
So where it's heading,
Yeah.
when gold's $10,000, which at some point it will be, while I'm still around, I'm sure. So $10,000, I mean, that is incredible. That really is.
Well, the way things are at the moment, not the biggest of surprises.
I've asked you this question before. What was the most ridiculous decision ever made by any politician anywhere in the world in your lifetime? There's lots of. There's lots.
There's a club.
Particularly led by Donald. Now going back to Mr. Brown. Mr. Brown, our Prime Minister, Gordon Brown, who flogged about 600 tonnes worth of UK's gold at the fine price of $286. And that program ended in the summer of 2001. So not that long ago.
No.
You could have built a new Great Britain just with the gold if he'd have kept it.
Do you know, the thing is, though, to take the counter view, hindsight's a wonderful thing, but you make a good point.
It was never hindsight. Everyone around him said no, particularly the Bank of England said, don't do it, Gordon. Or if you do it differently. Yeah, no.
That's a fairly catastrophic mistake, isn't it?
Yeah, it was catastrophic.
Yeah. All right, then. I think we've got a few things off our respective chests this morning, Jeff. Yeah. I do. Who knows what it's going to be next week? I have no idea, but I look forward to seeing you.
Thank you.
Next Friday. Jeff Rhodes, CEO of Goldstream Advisory. It's Mira Business FM. The news is next.
Mira Business FM. Your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning. It's 10:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped today after U.S. President Donald Trump indicated he has narrowed his choices for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates, but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some other candidates. Asian shares fell sharply, led by a 1.3% drop in the MSCI index of Asia Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Markets also saw the dollar strengthen and Treasury yields rise as investors adjusted expectations around future monetary policy under a potential Warsh-led Fed, according to Reuters. Global precious metals markets saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger U.S. dollar and a weakness in the U.S. stock market. U.S. spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects a profit-taking, a reassessment of the metals rally. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations, as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid a sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of the strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, XAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology development. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $82,887. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25 Indian rupees, 76.31 Pakistani rupees, 33.13 Bangladeshi taka, 16 Philippine peso, 12.74 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 5.05 dirhams today. That's your daily financial update. That's the news for now, and I'll be back with the headlines at 11. This is Mira Business FM.
It's been Gulfood all week this week here in Dubai. So next at Mira Business FM, we're going to be talking contemporary Dubai cuisine with Margarita Vermont. She's the executive chef of Soul Kitchen Dubai. You may know her as well from the MasterChef experience, but she's going to join us next here on The Morning Drive at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's the Morning Drive. It's Mira Business FM. Contemporary Dubai cuisine. Now it's been Gulfood all this week, so lots of food discussion, and that continues. It's a show that has doubled in size here in Dubai, but amid those kind of massive deals and AI-driven supply chains, there is a perhaps more soulful story of art and heritage that has stolen some of the limelight. So joining us is someone who's spent 20 years bridging continents through her craft, from the kitchens of Pierre Gagnère and Morimoto to being a force on the MasterChef global stage. She now leads the kitchen at I think it's fair to say, one of the world's most acclaimed new restaurants. Certainly here in the UAE, that's true. Soul Kitchen. Margarita Vermont, good to have you on the show.
Hi, good morning. Very good to be here. Thank you.
Welcome. It's a big build-up. So I'm going to ask you about Gulfood before we get on to the many other things that we can talk about with you. But how was the event for you this week? How's it been?
Oh, it was amazing. Honestly, it's great. I think also the new format of dividing it into two different places has been great, especially for the city. It's a huge event that gathers so many people from everywhere around the world and also locally in the industry. And it's been great to share with other people, other colleagues, and support other people in this business. So it's been great.
It's good to actually kind of mix with people, get like feedback away from, I guess, the pressure of the kitchen. I want to ask you about your particular kitchen, actually, Soul Kitchen, famed, doing very well, I gather. What was the mission when you started, Margarita?
So the mission was, what are we going to create in this restaurant? So I am Venezuelan, and the company is a Lebanese company. So when we started to work together, the big question was, what is a Lebanese company going to do with the Venezuelan chef? Very fair question.
Yeah.
So started to dig into the story that connects us together. Living in Venezuela, growing up there, I always saw the influence that we had in terms of the Lebanese, Syrian, Palestinian population that we have. But I never really put attention into why are we so connected. I also lived in Argentina for a while, and I saw the same. You always hear stories. You always know stuff like, for example, Shakira, that she's also, a Latin, one of the most famous Latin musicians, and she also incorporates the Arabic belly dancing. So there was a story there, and I started to do this. Digging into this story that connects us, and that's how I found out about the big migration, the Arab diaspora in South America that started at the end of the late 1800s after the fall of the Ottoman Empire, when there was a lot of political unrest and economic distress also in the region, and everybody in the greater Syria, what was greater Syria, that is now Lebanon, Syria, Palestine. We're looking for new places to go that offer more opportunity. And Latin America back then was a peaceful place. It was still an entire southern part of the continent that was really underdeveloped. It brought a lot of different opportunities for everybody. So there was this huge migration that came to Latin America everywhere. And until today, you can still see that there is about 15 million people still directly descendants from this migration. Lebanon's population is smaller than the population of Lebanese in Brazil, for example. In Mexico, there's also a lot of influence from Lebanese people. We have the tacos al pastor that were born from an Arab family that moved to the Ciudad de Puebla, or Puebla in Mexico, trying to make a living selling shawarmas. Nobody understood in Mexico what a shawarma was. They started to cater it to the locals, and they replaced, the meat or the chicken for the pork, because they saw that's what the locals liked. They changed the Arabic bread for the Mexican tortilla. Hence, the tacos al pastor were born. And even in Mexico, some people don't even know the story is that this was born from a migrant Lebanese family. We have people drinking mate herb, or the yerba mate, in Syria and in Lebanon, and the only place in the world where this herb grows is South America, in Argentina and in Paraguay. So it's a very beautiful story, and I started to really find all these things that connect us. And I thought that, like we have something that is legit, that is a beautiful story about migration, about the people connecting cross-continentally to find, the feeling of belonging, of finding your home in a different land. And I thought it was worth celebrating and also playing with it creatively, in a creative way, to find something that can be translated in food.
Well, it works, doesn't it? Because of that connection. For years, I was always confused with this, particularly Lebanese connection to Brazil. You go watch the World Cup, and the Brazilian fans would all be Lebanese, and I could not work it out. And then somebody explained to me, and you made the point there: the population is bigger than it is in Lebanon, in Brazil, of people originally who moved. So there's a clear reason for fusion. Very often, I think with fusion cuisine, it's kind of it's a thing that's a quirk for the business, and you don't really buy into it. But I think people are buying into this because there's a much deeper connection.
It's a genuine connection, and I think we're very similar people in a way as well. We're very passionate people. We're very proud of our heritage, of our recipes. We are very family oriented as well. I think that when you go to Beirut as well, when I landed in Beirut the first time, I actually told Jay, the owner and founder of the company, I told him, I feel like I just landed in Caracas. It's so similar, it's a beautiful mess, and that's what Latin America also is. So we even are very, very much related in that sense. Yes, and I think it's a genuine connection, and I think that's why it feels right, because it's genuine. It's something that it really belongs to both of our stories, and it's not the same as if you made it up. Like, okay, no, I think I'm gonna make a story about, I don't know, Chinese living in Caracas. It's not the same. So. I think it's a very beautiful story, and the fact that it's throughout the entire continent, because we're not just talking about one country, we're talking about an entire, South American continent. The one of the biggest Palestinian populations, besides Palestine, is in Chile, and they actually have a football league of their own as well. There was a huge movement in literature that happened in Brazil of a lot of books that were released, even newspapers, all written in Arabic for the Arab population there. There's so many beautiful things, and you keep digging and digging, and you keep finding something else. So it's so genuine, and I think that's why I feel so right.
Soul Kitchen named one of the top 40 best new restaurants in the world by Condé Nast Traveler in just over a year since it opened. I mean, in a city as competitive as Dubai, in an industry as competitive as the restaurant industry. What do you think makes your kind of storytelling through food? Because really that's what this is. Why does that stand out so much internationally to critics and I guess to diners?
It's a huge milestone for us, and I think it's basically that it's a genuine story, and I think it's something that we have never seen, because I dare to say that I haven't found any other restaurant anywhere else that actually pays homage to this story. And I think the way that we do it, where we play with ingredients but still in a respectful way to the classics, I think is really important as well. It is one of the things that makes us special, that when you come to the restaurant and you have a hummus that is still done pretty much the same way that any mama in Beirut or in Lebanon will do a hummus, but we add just the element of chimichurri, just to play with it. It really respects the traditions, but it just adds that little extra of creativity, of new flavors, of something that is still feels new but personal at the same time. And I think that's what has been one of the greatest achievements in our menu and in all of our restaurant in general.
It's almost like a culinary identity for you now, isn't it? Is that something you enjoy hearing? Is that something you warm to?
Correct, 100%. And we have actually coined a term for our cuisine. We are calling it Lela, Le from Lebanese or Levant, and La from Latin. And it has a very beautiful sound to it. It also has different meanings in Arabic as well. So we have we're very proud to feel like we have created something that that can be literally expanded into so many other things, and not just the culinary side. We do it in our F&B. It can be music, is art, because this is all different manifestations of something that it's all about identity. So I think this is it was the biggest challenge, and is it the biggest reward as well.
I mean, this is in everything you do now, isn't it? You're the executive chef for the whole entertainment hospitality group Factory People's project. So it's not just a kitchen that you're running, you're managing a whole kind of lifestyle brand. So you need to integrate music and art and nightlife and dining into this kind of whole experience.
Correct. I mean, this is also the amazing job of the founders of the company. They're such passionate and creative people, talented as well. We have, for example, Tala, our chief creator officer, which is the person that also designed the restaurant. And when you come to the restaurant, the first thing everybody does is like, wow, we have so many different details, how people would call it, like Easter eggs, that you find throughout your journey in the restaurant. And it's a combination between that, the catering of the food, of our beverage as well. You can also see this concept of the Lebanese and the Latin in our beverage. The arts, we're very, all of us, orientated toward arts, towards design, towards creativity. Music is a big thing in the company because Factory People itself is a company that in Lebanon had a huge presence in terms of music and entertainment. So it's pretty much putting all those different factors together. And I think it's part also of what everybody is looking into now when they're going out for dining. And I'd say especially generations like us, like millennials, for example, that we go out, we like to have the experience, we want to have meaning into what's happening around us. And I think that's all those elements we have been able to coin them. So when you come to our restaurant, you have a good time, you learn something new about this story, you enjoy what you're eating, you enjoy the visuals. So it's a holistic way of looking at the dining experience, and it's been very successful.
You're an art school graduate, aren't you? And I've read, I don't know if it's true, but you still practice illustration. You're still into ceramics, and I'm interested in your background in these kind of visual arts. How does that influence the way you put a new menu together, the concept for menus, the way you present, the way you plate dishes?
Correct. Yes, I went actually to art school while I was becoming a chef. I was always drawn to everything that is drawing, painting, ceramics, cooking, everything that I could do with my hands, literally.
Okay.
But yes, I still do on my free time stuff like drawing. I do pointillism, especially. I do writing as well. The ceramic work is something that I would like to even translate to what we're using at the restaurant, to be able to plate my food in my own plates, for example, is like another big project that I have. And I think all those visual elements, when you put them on the plate, they kind of speak. I like to plate working with the color contrast or tones on tones, and the way that the dish is designed. When you're creating a dish, you're thinking about flavors, and even when you think about flavors, you think the same way as you think with art. You want contrast, you want movement, you want visual. So this is exactly the same way that I learned in art school, how I try to translate it in food, and I think it's working. somehow.
Clearly. Look, something I wanted to ask you about is some of your business knowledge, and I wanted to ask you a very specific question about lessons you may have learned in your trade in hospitality, because you've worked with some pretty notable culinary mentors. Pierre Gagnère doesn't come much bigger than Pierre Gagnère. The Iron Chef, Morimoto, under the Master Chef banner, you've obviously met and worked and learned from and informed, I guess, a number of internationally renowned chefs and restaurateurs. It's a hard question. I know you probably need a moment to think it through, but what's the hospitality business lesson that maybe you've picked up that is closest to your heart?
Oof, it is a hard question. I think the biggest lesson has been first to really be genuine about the intention why you're in this business, and what you really want to bring to people. There is so many different types of restaurants, and there is no right or wrong. You can go to a small little restaurant or a QSR to just buy a burger in a drive-through, or to a fine dining to have the best meal of your life. But I think it's the reason why you're into this industry and doing your best, and you really have to be passionate about it. And I think the biggest lesson for me has been to work with people that are so passionate for this industry, that have been doing it for so many years, and working a way to absorb it and to translate it into being the same for my team and for the people that I work with. I think is pretty much absorbing what you can from the generations that came before you, and transforming all that to the generations that are coming after you. And I think is the biggest lesson that you can do in this business, because if you don't love this business, if you don't love being there in the restaurant pretty much all your life, it's completely dedicated to it, then you're not really part of it. And I think it when people see what we're doing, because now it's becoming more and more aware. There's more awareness about how this business is. Like, people watch, I don't know, the series of The Bear, and they ask you, is that how it is in real life? Is it that stressful to be a chef? And everybody asks you the same thing, and you're like, yes, but I wouldn't change it for a bit. And I think the best thing that I have learned is that, the love for the business, and how can I translate that love to my team, and to be the best leader that I can be for them, to learn from the mistakes also from other people, to know how the times have changed, to know that the kitchens are run differently now, that we're working in more understanding environments, more compassionate environments, with different generations that see things different, with technology as well, that is becoming more and more part of the business. And how do you translate all that feeling and all those new challenges, and be the best for the people that are here with us now, and that you hope that they will be staying in this industry for the next also 20 years, the same way as I've been in it for 20 years.
I mean, it's a great way to live your life if you can love what you do. There's no doubt about that. It's interesting that you bring up that kind of the change in environment, because I was going to ask you, look, you were the head chef of the Master Chef, the TV experience concept, right, in Dubai. And your professional kitchens, you referenced the Bear. That's a pretty fraught, high-pressure environment. We've all seen the TV shows. We're all aware of the superstar chefs like Gordon Ramsay at his very confrontational, shouty kind of best. What's the workplace culture and the dynamic between front of house and, kitchen staff, back of house staff at Soul Kitchen?
Honestly, we really try to make sure our staff feels like one staff. The concept of us throwing grenades at each other through the paths or the gates of the kitchen is not something that we want to have in our culture, in our company culture. We're really proud of having non-toxic work environment. And I think that speaks for itself. We have people that have been with us since the minute that we started this project, and I think it's great how much we've been able to retain our staff to make sure that they feel seen, to make sure that they feel taken care of. And it doesn't go in one sector of the restaurant and not the other. It goes throughout the entire company. And I think that when you really spend time with your team, that you listen to them, that you try to create little outlets for them to be themselves also, to spend time together, to do these little gatherings that bring people together is really important. It's something that we really try to work on the daily basis. The respect, the knowing who's everybody, that that there is there's no such thing as a war inside the restaurant. We're all there for the same goal. The goal is here. We all have to go to it, together. It doesn't work if we do it separately.
Final question for you. We've got about a minute, so reasonably briefly, but look, we've got some world-class restaurants here in Dubai, in the UAE. There are some world-class restaurants across this region, and that's growing, but it is a tough business. Restaurants rarely have a long lifespan. How do you keep it interesting? And I'm thinking interesting for everybody, for your diners, for you, obviously for the investors. How do you do that?
We try to be our own trendsetters. We don't go to other restaurants and be like, oh, these people are doing this. Let's copy them. We are always swimming against the current. So we see the things that are happening, the new things that people are doing, and we're like, okay, how can we make something new of our own identity? And I think that is one of the strongest things that we have, that we don't follow trends. We'd rather be trendsetters. So I think this is what we have been able to do the best. That actually is, people don't look at us or what we're doing, and they actually want to replicate it. And I think that's the best part. How can you push it? We keep pushing ourselves. What are we gonna do next? This last year we achieved this. So what are we gonna achieve in the upcoming year? And this is conversations that we're having all the time. And I think it's the most important way to keep yourself ahead of the game, and actually be a figure for everybody else to look at and be like, I want to do what Soul Kitchen is doing.
Okay, Margarita Vermont is the executive chef of Soul Kitchen Dubai, on the sidelines of Gulfood, which is on all week this week. I hope the event ends up fantastic for you. Appreciate you coming on, Margarita. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time. It was a pleasure.
Good to speak to you. Mira Business FM, this is The Morning Drive. The news is next.
Mira Business FM, your daily guide to the markets, money, and more.
Good morning. It's 11 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of their strategic partnership between the two countries. The talks took place at the Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across multiple fields. Global precious metals market saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and weakness in the US stock market. US spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking, a reassessment of the metals rally. Stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped today after U.S. President Donald Trump indicated he has narrowed his choice for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some other candidates. Asian shares fell sharply, led by 1.3% drop in the MSCI index of Asia Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Markets also saw the dollar strengthen and Treasury yields rise as investors adjusted expectations around future monetary policy under a potential Warsh-led Fed, according to Reuters. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid a sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. In a surprise move, Tesla also plans to discontinue its oldest vehicles, the Model S sedan and Model X SUV, freeing up factory space to build new products such as its Optimus humanoid robots. Tesla's shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news even after the company reported quarterly results that beat the expectations. This is the news for now. More news coming at 11:30. This is Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM. The sound of success.
It's Mira Business FM, the morning drive, and as I mentioned, entertainment next. Loosely entertainment, more its effect on the economy. But BTS are, I suppose, of all the boy bands, they've been likened to the Beatles, and you can certainly see that when people are clamoring to get anywhere near them. Certainly the big boy band on earth. The Bangtan Boys is another way of referring to them. South Korean boy band formed in 2010. They've officially confirmed a 2026 to 2027 world tour. And this is after their reunion last June. Now, dates this year are going to focus on Korea, Japan, and the United States. But according to Time Out, lots of other media, they are explicitly planning to include the Middle East region in their tour. Dubai, Abu Dhabi, perhaps Riyadh as well. So what might a visit from one of the biggest boy band success stories ever mean for us here? There's the question. Dr. Yelena Yanusovic is the Deputy Global Head of Accountancy, Economics and Finance at Heriot-Watt University. Doctor, good to have you on the show.
Good morning, and thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to join you and your listeners today.
It's good to have you with us. I mentioned the biggest boy band in the world. They've achieved the level of global success, cultural impact, I think, and commercial dominance rarely seen in music history, very akin to the very early days of the Beatles in America. The scenes are familiar. The thing with BTS is their success kind of transcends this whole K-pop genre. They're a major global pop act. So it's a really big deal that they're back together. First of all, a huge entertainment spectacle. It's something for the fans to look forward to and savor. But it's a bit more than that, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm glad that this topic is listed on your agenda. When we talk about the concerts like BTS, and you gave very good introduction, it is actually important to frame it correctly. This is not just one more music or entertaining event. It is actually, from economic point of view, seen as a large-scale mobile demand shock that actually operates across different sectors or industry: tourism, transport, hospitality, retail, and creative economy. So from economics and finance perspective, BTS concepts behave more like mega sporting events that dent some traditional concerts because they mobilize international travel, they mobilize high intensity spending and global media exposure within a very short time frame. And it is very relevant for Dubai and Riyadh and even for wider MENA region because these cities have their specifics, and that is that they already possess infrastructure, connectivity, and I would say strong tourism ambition, which is needed to convert a single concert into a much broader economic and reputational gain.
I mean, I want to talk to you about some of the, what it's going to mean for the economy, both the short term and the slightly longer term as well. But just to give this a little bit more context, and it's interesting that you use the word shock there because it's the impact of this. If you look at what they've contributed to the South Korean economy, something like $5 billion. I mean, that impacts a country's GDP. This is a pop group. It's that juxtaposition is important. BTS are credited with significantly boosting South Korean tourism. You mentioned there, mobilizing fans. They increased the sales of Korean products globally. There are the brand partnerships to consider: McDonald's, Louis Vuitton, Samsung, Hyundai, and others as well. The other side of this is it's not hard to see why a BTS concert would be exciting. Let's put it that way. Let's underplay it. So let's move to the local economy. How do you think a BTS concert in Dubai or in Abu Dhabi or maybe even in Riyadh might influence tourism inflows in the short term?
Yeah, absolutely. It is very important, as you said. It is an entertaining event, but it is actually seen as a huge positive shock to the economy, local economy. And definitely there are some impacts that will be visible in a very short term, but also there are some that are more strategic and seen in the long run. So in a short term, typically within the concert week or in period around the concert week, what we see are very clear and measurable effects. So the past experience of similar events, mega tours, are evidence is showing that actually 30 to 50% of the attendees are coming from outside the city, of the host city. So, and significant or substantial share actually are also international visitors. So these visitors actually arrive earlier and stay a little bit longer than the average leisure tourists. They spend more per day also, particularly on accommodation, transport, food. And they are less price sensitive, which is within this week of the event, we will see probably higher hotel rates and airline yields. So in hubs like Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and even Riyadh, this effect is amplified because fans can easily combine the concert with a short holiday. From tourism standpoint or economic standpoint, this is high quality demand because it is pre-planned, it is time-bound, and resilient to price increases. So what we can see in a short line is absolutely in practical terms is hotel occupancy spikes, higher average daily room rates, increased flight booking, higher footfall in malls, restaurants, and entertainment districts. But of course, there are some more long-term impacts, which I call destination effects, absolutely.
Okay, so gains in travel, hotels, premium pricing for hotels, I guess, nearer the venue as well. So there's going to be a load factor there. Airlines with higher load factors, airports seeing a lift at a time when otherwise they may not see a lift. And it's not just ticket sales, is it? I mean, you mentioned spending there, discretionary spending, if you like. People may be coming internationally who aren't as sensitive from a price perspective, but you have to take in the impact on, I suppose, dining, transportation, paid attractions, retail as well. There are lots of other aspects here that get an immediate, mini boost.
Absolutely, absolutely. So as I said, this amplification, or in economics we call it multiplier effect, is not around event only. So event will, of course, as you said, has its own benefits, and which we see through the ticket sales, but absolutely we can have increased income with the airlines, with other modes of transportation, taxi, and public transportation, but also, you know, the retail. And as I said, Dubai already hosted different high-level entertaining events, like we had Beyonce, we had Christina Aguilera, we had almost every year Heinz Zimmer and so on. So Dubai showed that it's having infrastructure, is having practically the supporting services to provide very safe events. Safety is also very important, but also to support other supporting services, like through the retail, through dining, accommodation, and so on and so on. So absolutely, there is this multiplier effect. But what I want also to add is, I mentioned this is all short term. Okay, we can feel it in a short term period. But what I wanted to stress is this long term impact. The longer term impact is where there is strategic value, where strategic value lies. And this type of events actually serve as a gateway experience. So many fans are visiting city for the first time because they want to attend this event, but later they can return, and usually are returning as a leisure tourist, as even coming for business, or as a student. And actually, this is something that is already very much evidenced through the academic and research, that actually these type of events are really creating long-term effect. What is very powerful with the BTS is the digital amplification effect. So this single concert actually is generating and will generate millions of pieces of user-generated content. So pictures, photos, videos, live streams, and so on. And this is actually transforming host city, so in this case Dubai, right, as a globally a broadcast destination. And this is really, really important. And on another side, talking strategically, this is very much in line with both, I can say, Dubai and Riyadh youth-oriented tourism strategies, cultural diversification agendas. And one very important effect is that soft power and global objectives, which means that country already has ability, or city has already ability to attract, influence, and be positively perceived without some big economics or political pressures. And I think this is very important to ability to reposition city in the global cultural imagination.
It's an important point to make, I think. And it's interesting you mentioned social media there, the amplification, you know, the promotional aspects, because, you know, BTS have broken several social media records. I know they hold some Guinness World Records, and you'd have to consider, or at least think that, you know, that's going to happen again now that they are, you know, officially back together. So there's another aspect. And I suppose there's, by extension, telecoms providers going to do pretty well with people coming in, you know, tweeting and sharing video and everything else. There's another point. There are so many aspects to this. Longer term impact is a really interesting thing, because it's so hard to quantify how this works, to turn this into dirhams and dollars, if you like. Long term impact depends on how well host cities turn what is essentially a cultural moment, really, into repeat demand. But you'd have to figure, in the case of the UAE, Dubai, Abu Dhabi, and I guess, you know, this extends to the GCC as well, the track record with things like this is pretty good, isn't it?
Yeah, it's absolutely. We can definitely confirm that this kind of events, there is practically, Dubai provides useful regional reference point, and this type of event, there is a precedent for this tour to, or this type of tours to shift the city's cultural tourism profile. So, as I said, with the past experience, Dubai already showed that even single or short run performance can actually produce very noticeable spikes in the hotel occupancy, increased international flights, and significant global media and social media exposure. Even for Beyonce, which was practically by invitation event, still it really demonstrated high economic value for the overall Dubai economy. BTS, I would say, is even represents a step change in scale, because it is, I would say, it's a more mobile international fan base. It is counting on a longer stays than 1 day or 2 days, and this digital amplification is much higher. So if moderate scale concerts already generated visible tourism effects in Dubai, I would say that BTS concerts would intensify an already proven model rather than introduce an untested one. And one thing I want to mention that is really very important, I mentioned previously that Dubai, Riyadh also, especially Dubai, has already existing infrastructure and proved that it can host this kind of events and demand shocks. And so there is actually, you talk about the effects on economy, but there is a high return on sunk capital. So practically there are no need for some extra huge infrastructure development or public spending to organize this type of events. So practically this type of event, this concept actually deliver economic uplift quickly and efficiency with minimal fiscal risk. And this is that multiplier effect that really is present here. And in terms of some money value, monetary values, evidence is showing that events of this type can actually generate tens of millions of dollars in direct visitor spending. You mentioned the effects to the Korea, but this is again significant in practically very, very short time frame. And I think this is that amplified effect of events like this, which are very important. And Dubai and Riyadh hopefully will be on the tour list, being recognized as destinations who have infrastructure, who have logistics, who have abilities, but also supporting services to organize such events is fact. It's telling a lot about where it is positioned, where these cities are positioned globally in terms of the ability to host this event and to put it as a part practically of destination offer, to be globally recognized and visible.
Yeah, everything does seem to be kind of falling into place, doesn't it? There's, and I think the economic footprint of an event of this size, it's really tough to quantify this into, as I said, the dirhams and the dollars. You mentioned, millions of dirhams there. It's almost impossible to put a figure on it, but we do know that it is a sizable amount.
No, yeah, absolutely. As I said, from the past, from experience from other events of this type, it's really expected that local economy could benefit really tens of millions of dirhams. But it's also very important. I would say something we talk about, and I'm long-termist, and as someone who is supporting sustainable development very much in long-term impact, and if country is able to look this from the long-term lenses, and I believe Dubai proven that they have that attitude and approach. So from sustainability perspective, critical question is legacy planning. So the most successful cities treat mega concert as a strategic investment. So not just one-off spectacles that shows from time to time. So practically this, and as you actually already touched the base, this involves integrating the local businesses, maximizing use of existing infrastructure, developing skills in the creative and events economy, and practically ensuring responsible crowd and transport management. So when these events are well done, properly planned, then even led tourism can actually support economic diversification and cultural exchange, and practically build resilient urban tourism models. And this is a core sustainability objective. All of these are part of sustainability.
Can we broaden out to slightly more of a long-term approach? I know we've touched on that, but I think the long-term lens is really important. There's an almost intangible aspect to this, and this is something almost unique to music and the effect that music has on us, in that it triggers memories very often. You'll hear a song and you'll find yourself back in, college or the early days of a particular job or a night out or something. And this is one of those things. It's an intangible thing, but I think it's an important thing to realize. It's that trigger of, I saw BTS in Dubai and the aspect of, I'm going to go back there one day, I'll tour, and you have that happy memory. All of those things come together to create a real experience, don't they?
No, absolutely, absolutely. So this is that long-term effect. So people who will return to Dubai, so that then we are not focusing only on once organized event, on one-time event. We are talking about providing overall infrastructure and supporting services where people who come to Dubai will see, okay, there are other things that I want to do here, there are other things I want to see here, there are maybe business I want to do, or maybe I want to study and so on. So this is practically that long term. But when, as I said, when events like this are organized and seen through the long-term lenses, when we are talking really about sustainability, financial sustainability, economic sustainability, and in general sustainability and the legacy, then it is providing opportunity for a long-term utilization, and then it is seen as a strategic initiative. And as I said, it's very much in Dubai and even Riyadh, in line with the strategic framework of the country, with key strategic developments for the future. So absolutely, as I said, and I believe that this government is able to strategically look on events like this. I really believe that this event will be seen as a long-term event that can create a really a long-term effect, and not just for Dubai, for the local economy, because this is something that is relevant for the whole MENA region, and that regional spillover effect is what makes it particularly interesting for this type of event. So both Dubai, Abu Dhabi, Riyadh, they function as a regional hub. So this concert is organizing either in Dubai or Riyadh or both of them, would definitely attract visitors not only from the host cities and host country, but also across the GCC, North Africa, even parts of the Europe and Asia. So practically, we are talking about the multi-country travel itineraries, stopover tourism, wider regional visibility. So economic, and in this aspect, economic and tourism impact is not only confined to one city; it practically radiates across the region, and this is that importance, and this is where sustainability and strategic lenses take place.
What's interesting about that is you hear that and you think, well, this is BTS, this is a boy band, this is a pop group from Korea. That's got to be an exaggeration, but you know that it's not an exaggeration, and you're absolutely right. It will bring people from across the region, the GCC, from North Africa, from Europe. I would hazard a guess that if you're an American fan and you got yourself a ticket for Dubai, you would seriously think about coming over. It's people from everywhere, and it offers, I think, there's a little bit of history in this as well, without using too much hyperbole, but it's giving a generation of fans of all ages, in the case of BTS, the opportunity to engage in, a unique kind of shared experience. I don't know how you measure the economic impact exactly. We can put all kinds of metrics in place to say it will bring this, it will mean this, it will do that, but I don't know how to measure it in terms of the social element, the cultural impact of an entertainment event like this. And I think that's an important part too.
Absolutely. So as I said, I mean, in economy, we have something what we call direct and visible impact, but also that less measurable, like invisible, but very important. And though we can and we will be able to measure probably impact to the industry, to the tourism, to the accommodation, to the transport, and so on and so on. We will know what are the number of tickets sold. We will know how this impacted the GDP through the data, obviously. But actually, the real values probably lies in how it strengthens destination branding, and how actually it improves return on existing infrastructure and reinforce the whole region positioning in the global culture economy. So previously when I discussed, it's very much about also cities' culture tourism profile. So ability to have such a popular groups recognizing this part of the world and this city as a place where they want to come and they need to come and they are able to come, and that the city is able to host such an important mega event is already indicator that Dubai and the region, Riyadh, Abu Dhabi are seen as really having that cultural tourism profile, building it and having it already. So absolutely is crucial. And this is what we probably cannot measure easily. But that branding and cultural profile is extremely important for the long-term development. So when city plan for legacy, not just attendance, then a single concept can deliver benefits that lies beyond the final encore.
You don't get many opportunities to put on an event that really is for everybody. It's a very good point. The buzz is going to be palpable, and I can't think of a precedent for this. So the news is that we should be having BTS in Dubai, perhaps in Riyadh, as part of the tour, maybe next year, 2027. Dr. Yelena Yanusovic is the Deputy Global Head of Accountancy, Economics and Finance at Heriot-Watt University here in Dubai. Dr. Yelena, thank you so much for joining us. We appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you for having me. Have a good rest of the day.
It's Mira Business FM. This is The Morning Drive.
Good morning, it's 11:30 a.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of the strategic partnership between the two countries. The talks took place in Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's official visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas, including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening a UAE-Russia partnership across multiple fields. Global precious metals market saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and weakness in the US stock market. US spot gold slipped to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. Stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped today after the U.S. President Donald Trump indicated that he has narrowed his choice for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some other candidates. Asian shares fell sharply, led by a 1.3% drop in the MSCI index of Asia-Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Markets also saw the dollar strengthen and Treasury yields rise as investors adjusted expectations around future monetary policy under a potential Warsh-led Fed, according to Reuters. Tesla Inc. says that it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations, as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid sales slump. In a surprise move, Tesla also plans to discontinue its oldest vehicles, the Model S sedan and Model X SUV, freeing up factory space to build new products such as its Optimus humanoid robots. Tesla's shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news even after the company reported quarterly results that beat expectations. And now, a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $82,887. And for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25 Indian rupees, 76.31 Pakistani rupees, 33.13 Bangladeshi taka, 16 Philippine peso, 12.74 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 5.05 dirhams today. That's your daily financial update. That's news for now, and I'll be back with the headlines at 12 p.m. This is Mira Business FM.
Coming up on the morning drive here at Mira Business FM, we'll be joined by Jacek Ziemek from X Motors. We're talking about Toyota today. We're talking about the new Lamborghini Temerario, Rolls-Royce, Honda, and more. That is coming up in a few moments at Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Mira Business FM, the morning drive. It's Friday. It's time to talk cars. Jacek Ziemekis from X Motors. They do really nice, posh cars, hypercars, supercars. And he's back. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Good to have you here. So YouTube this week seems to like you very much. We were discussing. Yeah,
really?
I know, amazingly.
Surprisingly.
Normally it's, I can't even repeat most of it, but here's some good stuff here. We were talking about BMW last week and this new line of different BMWs, something like, I think in the next 18 months, 40 models.
Okay.
So a couple of comments for you. 40 models, all those 2027 cars are going to mostly be EV bleep, not such great vehicles.
Okay.
That was one comment for you. And then people talking about you and what you said. One guy saying, this guy is 100% right. There you go, which is very positive. And then BMW, somebody texts in, not BMW anymore. I'm a specialist, 40 years, and I'm qualified to say modern BMWs are the worst I've ever seen. I mean, you weren't quite that extreme.
So we are on the same side. I think
you're
in the same industry.
You're on the same side, yeah. I figure this guy, what's his name? Tony something. Anyway, commenting on...
We both are looking inside the same trash bin.
Oh, painful. You're really not a fan of the... It's funny, what was I looking at
It's not that we are fan, okay, because they lost the way, I think, a little
think so?
bit.
Yeah, okay.
It's like a stick from the China made them confused. Now they're trying to organize what to do, how to bring back this part of the market for themselves. It's not easy at this moment.
No, it's really not. I mean, you're a fan of BMWs. I know you drive one, don't you?
Yeah.
You historically, you've enjoyed them. You like them.
I think, you have three or let's say four big players in Germany, right?
Yeah.
Audi, Porsche, Mercedes, and BMW. Porsche is a bit, it's historically performance car, right? So we are considering these three, Audi, BMW, and the Mercedes. If you want the comfort, choose the Mercedes. If you want to drive and like to drive, the BMW is only choice.
Yeah,
doesn't matter how it looks, doesn't matter what is inside, what the materials are there. Maybe they are not so reliable like a Mercedes, but if you want to have a fun from the driving, no choice.
Yeah, well, that was the tagline, wasn't it, years ago? What was the tagline? The ultimate driving machine? That was the advertising tagline? Maybe it was the 80s, I can't remember, but that was where it came from. So that's kind of the DNA, that's inbuilt. It should be.
Yes, but they sometimes are doing even the cars, which their fans don't like, because there was a story from 2023 or 2022 when they announced the new X5, X6, I think, and the problem was the suspension was so stiff that people were collecting the cars and returning them, telling them, what you did, guys, it's not drivable. But this is a real BMW. The real BMW is like this, should be.
Right, okay.
So it's not a funny coach. It's just for the drivers. See the advertisements from BMW from 80s and 90s. It's not possible now to show something like this because I read in my country last week they announced that the new traffic law means if you're drifting, it's a crime.
Yeah, okay.
It's a crime. They throw you to the jail for 5 years. It's ridiculous.
That's fairly excessive. But then, drifting and is dangerous.
Okay. I know it's controversial, but if you know what you're doing, you don't need any regulation and rules. Okay? If you know the physics and you are able to predict many things, maybe it's not the proof when I'm behind the wheel almost 40 years, no accidents, never keep an eye on limits. So,
but it's like that with everything, though, isn't it? In the right space, on a track, in an area designated for that, it's okay. In a public area, obviously not. It's like, there's nothing wrong with target shooting. There's a great deal wrong with owning a gun for the wrong reason. So that's the trade-off, isn't it?
But you should always remember you're not alone on the road, and you are on your own only.
Yeah.
Okay, don't count on others.
Yeah. Yeah. The other thing on the road, somebody told me this years ago, and I think this is really true. Whenever you're driving anywhere, treat it as an activity. Treat it as an experience. Yeah, don't switch. You know, it's very easy. You get the same road going home every night. You kind of switch off a little bit. You know, maybe the phone's there, you know, that kind of thing. But treat your every drive that you make, every drive you do, as its own activity.
If you understand the driving, like any even simple drive to the grocery at the corner, okay,
Yeah.
as a spin, as a task,
Yeah.
nothing should happen. But for some people, it's hard to understand.
No, that's true. I mean, you know, some people are more accident prone, I suppose. There are lots of reasons for it, but it's just that the idea that, you know, you've got this. This is a cars are not killing machines, but you know they are dangerous if you don't.
Kitchen knives as
them.
well.
Exactly. Yeah, it's exactly right. It's all about context, isn't it? Do you still love driving? Do you still really? You just said there 40 years. You're in the industry. Do you still get in the car and think it's not like it's not a chore for you? It's something you look forward to.
No.
Yeah, I know. I'm looking at you thinking. I know what the answer's going to be.
Never.
Yeah. Because I still really like it. I'm not a car guy at all by any. I'm just not a car guy. I'll be completely honest with you. But I come from somebody who is a real petrol head. My father really
Some
is. It
kind
just never rubbed off.
of, let's say, street racing in the past,
Right.
with a manual gearbox, okay, and a proper car.
Yeah.
Let's say old Ferrari Modena 360 was incomparable pleasure.
Nothing like it. Yeah. Okay.
It will never happen again.
No. So what do you think about the stories today? Where do you want to start today, Jacek? Because
Temerario.
you want to start with the
The rest is
Temerario?
boring.
I love this. Just if you're listening now or watching now, I send Jacek stories, and normally he's like, nah, don't care. Nah, no. He always says yes. But as soon as I give you a Lamborghini or a Ferrari story, the world lights up.
No, because it's something interesting,
Yeah.
not boring. Temerario is the successor of Huracan.
This is the hybrid supercar. Exactly. It's the Huracan
But
successor.
they mention it in the article that it's a hypercar. It's a very fluent line. Present supercars are like hypercars from the decade ago.
Yes, true.
But it doesn't mean they are hypercars.
Okay.
We discussed about it once,
did.
I think.
Yeah.
And it's not about a 0 to 100 or a horsepower. It's something different. It's also price tag. It's also how hard it is to get it. It means it's a hypercar, not supercar.
Okay, so you would say that. See, this is a 4-liter twin-turbo V8 hybrid
Yes,
powertrain.
the well-known engine from rest of the group. The same engine you'll find in the Porsche, Bentley, Lamborghini Urus, but the difference is they change the crankshaft. It's a flat crankshaft, which makes you possible to reach 10k RPM or higher.
I was going to say, because
And
it
the
is
sound,
10,000.
it makes the sound
revs.
completely different. You can compare with in the past there was a Maserati engine and a Ferrari engine. It was the same engine, but the sound of the Ferrari is completely different than Maserati because of the shape of the crankshaft.
Okay. Acceleration, 0 to 100 is 2.7 seconds. Pretty average.
Yeah,
entirely.
everyone has it.
Everybody, who cares?
Even Tesla.
Top speed, the top speed is quoted at 343 kilometers an hour. But I was reading a test. Somebody tested this, got to something like 370. That's a pretty fast car, yeah, Czech, I would say.
It is.
Yeah,
it is. But let's find a way how to make it and where.
Have you? Is it
Okay,
anybody?
that's possibly turn off all the speed traps on a Sheikh Zayed road from Burj Khalifa to Jebel Ali. Let's try.
I'm not sure that's going to happen. Anybody? Have you seen any of these? Are they here yet? Are these being delivered?
I saw the
do you know?
demos here in the city even.
Okay.
I think last year, almost 1 year.
Right.
So it's not like they announced this car yesterday.
No, it's just the details are coming out. The tests are happening. People are writing about
But
it.
they will be visible in the streets within I think 4, 5, 6 months more.
Are you getting interest for this?
Well, for sure, we have some of them ordered. So For sure, I'll be able to touch it. Okay,
that's all you need. All right then. The other story that I thought was interesting here, and I don't know if you think this is interesting, but this is, if I said to you, what is the great luxury vehicle above all others, what would you say?
Rolls-Royce.
Okay, so that, and I think probably 99.9% of people would say the same.
Yeah.
Probably that's fair to say. So Toyota are trying to eat into, in your words, the Rolls-Royce pie.
Yeah.
Now, I didn't realize, I've seen
I started to read this
brand.
article, and my first question was, what about Lexus? They mention it later about it, of course.
Exactly what I was going to say. To me, Toyota is a highly successful, fantastic cars, well known for being reliable, loads on the road, so you see loads of them. Lexus is the premium brand that Toyota have, but the Century is the premium brand. So this is the brand beyond Lexus, quite well known in Japan, but they have a line of vehicles that are going to be coming.
It would be a problem to convince old money to jump from Rolls-Royce or Bentleys to Century, I think.
Yeah, I
but
wonder if
the
in
Gen
Japan...
Z...
Do you think so?
Gen Z could accept it.
Why do you say that? Why do you think the younger generation would be more into
younger
a Century
generation, not exactly, I think, understands or the heritage and don't need it. Okay?
Okay.
Don't care. Maybe the next generation will look for the just luxury, not about the name. Right?
Mm. Okay. Well, look, the Toyota Century is a brand in Japan. Development began in 1963. It was thought of a long time before that. 30 years after Toyota started making cars. Okay, so it's been a thing in Japan. These are bespoke vehicles. So they're looking at a Century sedan, a Century SUV, and I wonder if there's kind of an exotic factor to this as well for some people.
I think they're trying to do something similar to Cullinan, and then the Ghost.
Right.
And then it should be also kind of luxury coupe, comparable to the Spectre or the Wraith.
Okay.
Right?
Well, this is the sedan is the sedan. There's going to be one with sliding doors as well. I don't quite know how that's going to work, but there's the future coupe SUV as well. High riding 4-door coupe. But the way that it's designed, you can't tell that it has 4 doors because the cabin.
Whatever we say, we can expect a Toyota quality.
Yes, well, that's the point, isn't it? Yeah.
But
That's
in this
something
matter, big brother of Rolls-Royce, I mean the BMW Group, gives them really reliable solutions.
What does it mean for Lexus, though?
What do you mean?
If you've got a brand, a really successful brand, you've got a successful premium brand, and then you've got another super high class premium brand.
Take a look at how the modern Lexuses look like. Okay.
Yeah.
They are not like before. They are more modern. They are close to the Pokemon series from China. Okay.
You always come out with something.
Yeah. And I think 2 years ago we went with my wife to the showroom to Lexus. We tried all of them except LX600, which is too big. It's just a Land Cruiser.
Yeah.
All of them, sorry to say, were cheap. Cheap. I felt like I'm sitting in the Chinese car.
You didn't like Lexus at all, did you?
At all.
Well, that's interesting because I'd look in a Lexus showroom a few years ago and I thought it was beyond my price range.
No, I don't want to touch it even.
Really?
It's like a cheap toy inside. It's not like before.
Okay.
The previous generations
When was this? How recent was this?
Let's say UX, RX, the new series hybrid.
Okay.
Remember, before it was RX 350, which was quite, let's say, not modern car, but very reliable, comparable to the BMW X5.
Okay.
But the new model, I'm telling you, I'm sitting inside, feel like I'm the.
Just not for you at all.
I think even the Chinese car look better than this Lexus.
Oh, I'm clipping that. I'm keeping that forever.
Yeah, yeah.
With you.
Yeah.
All right then. So, but overall.
So they have to do something, because if people still remember how Lexus was before, it's not like nothing is there. Remember, this was a very popular car in the UAE, LS 430, right?
Super popular.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where is it?
Yeah, it's a good point. Well, are they not? Most Lexuses are now Ubers. They're taxis, aren't they now?
Yeah.
Yeah. I always quite like them, but okay. I take your point. Here's another story for you. Rolls-Royce in Abu Dhabi. While we're on the kind of luxury car theme, just unveiled Phantom Centenary private.
You know
collection.
how these projects are born?
Go on.
On the meeting in the Rolls-Royce, one of the guys telling, "Okay, guys, I have a new idea to squeeze in for 5 million each."
Do you think so?
Yeah, of course.
The Phantom Centenary has new techniques. There's loads of figures here, but I enjoyed reading this. 4,000.
It's a marketing product.
Sorry, well, I know. 40,000 hours of meticulous craftsmanship. So, rear seats in high-resolution printed fabric, developed with the fashion atelier, completed with 160,000 stitches. Bespoke masterpiece reflects artistry in every detail. 3D marquetry, 3D ink layering, 24-karat gold leafing. The spirit of ecstasy on the front of the car is 18-karat gold and then plated in 24-karat.
Okay.
I ask you.
Okay.
It's not exciting you, is it?
How to change the driving?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a good point. But I mean, 100th anniversary, it makes a statement, doesn't it?
Is it a car or a statue?
All right, then. There you go. So that's the Phantom Centenary model. Let's move on to something else. I know you're quite excited by this, strangely excited by this, and I didn't realize that you would be. I sent this story through to you. This is a new Skoda showroom on Sheikh Zayed Road, right? So the interesting thing about this is, okay, you make an investment in a market, you open a new showroom, you're bringing in new customers. Everything is available in Dubai. You want a Chinese car, you want a Skoda, you want a Toyota, whatever it is. So this is a big new showroom, but you're interested not for the reason.
I heard about it because I'm the cycling enthusiast. Okay,
yes. Yeah.
So after this unfortunate situation which happened last year with the Wolfie's shop,
Wolfie's bike shop, yeah.
They moved to Skoda. Because of the cooperation of the cycling brands with Skoda.
Well,
it's a long history about it.
Yeah, I didn't know about this. I'm not in the cycling world, so I mean, you're a real man in Lycra, aren't you? At the weekends,
not more than 200 per week.
Yeah, that's an enthusiastic cyclist. Let's put it that way. That's a man that has more Lycra in his drawers than I do. Let's put it that way.
Okay.
So what's the association with Skoda and cycling? That goes back a long way.
They were supporting the cycling. If you take a look at back in the history of these big racings in the cycling, they were always there as a supporting cars.
That's an important part.
There were the sponsors.
Oh, they were the support car as well. Right.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Okay. So it's an important part of their brand.
Yeah.
It's an important part of this showroom as well.
Yeah. This is one image.
Yeah, there's a merchandise area with all the usual, the caps, the t-shirts, and all of that. But the cycling gear is a thing. So you were more interested in just the bikes than the cars.
These cars, yes.
Okay, say no more. All right, that's another story this
There's
week.
nothing there. Okay, before Skoda was offering 6 cylinders. Okay, it was good.
Okay.
But now this is like outskirts of the Volkswagen and the Audi, where also it's hard to find something interesting, except maybe RS series. what I can say.
No, you don't. Very often, I sit here and I think you don't have to. I can tell what you're thinking before you say it.
I'm not interested about it.
It's just you could do this
It's
whole
like
segment with noises.
It's like trying to. I'm opposite way, but it's like you're trying to offer the burgers to the vegetarians. Okay.
Okay.
But opposite way, if you understand.
I know exactly.
You know what
you're
I
going.
mean?
Yeah, I do. Well, look, we've got time for one more story, just quickly. I mentioned Lamborghini to you, the new Temeraria.
Yeah.
So, Automobile Lamborghini sets a new record in 2025.
Yes, true.
I mean, that was a hell of a year.
Urus and Huracan did it.
Yeah, 10,747 vehicles delivered internationally. And I just thought it would be interesting to run through quickly where, because obviously you're in the market. Europe, Middle East, and Africa was the leading area, almost half, 4,650 vehicles. No surprise?
Except the vehicles, we are selling the spare parts also. One of our companies in the group is selling the spare parts for Lamborghini and Ferrari. So parts for the Urus are fast-moving goods. Really.
Yeah. Okay.
It means there are a lot of them here. A lot of them.
Yeah, it's a good benchmark. It's a good metric. Sure.
And what is important, China started to make copies of the parts for the Huracan, which means it's also a very popular car. Also there.
Imitation is the sincerest form of flattery.
Copies.
Okay. America, 3,347 units delivered. Asia Pacific, I was surprised. I thought it would be higher, but I mean, it's still strong. 2,750 vehicles delivered. That's 2025 for Lamborghini.
I think most of them to China.
Highly likely, yeah, absolutely.
I spoke with them, we discussed about it. When I've been in the factory a couple of years ago, the lady told me, now the US is our first market, but we expect next year to have China as our most important customer.
Okay.
It happened already.
Yeah, okay. It's interesting, isn't it? The way Chinese cars are going the one way and then Lamborghini's going the other way. There you go. The only luxury super sports car manufacturer to offer an entirely hybridized range as well. Automobile Lamborghini. There's another first for you.
It's funny, but this hybrid allowing you to make 10 miles.
Yeah, but you can say it's hybridized.
Okay.
So that's the important thing, I suppose. Those are the stories, really. I always appreciate you coming in and not enjoying the stories that I've chosen. Jacek Ziamek is
thank you very much.
X-Motors. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you
Good
too.
to have you here. This is Mira Business FM. It's coming up to midday and the news is next.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon. It's 12 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. Global precious metals market saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and a weakness in the US stock market. US spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. Stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped today after U.S. President Donald Trump indicated he has narrowed his choice for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates, but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some other candidates. Asian shares fell sharply, led by a 1.3% drop in the MSCI index of Asia-Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Markets also saw the dollar strengthen and treasury yields rise as investors adjusted expectations around future monetary policy under a potential Warsh-led Fed, according to Reuters. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid a sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, XAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology development. Tesla's shares dipped slightly in early trading as investors absorbed the news even after the company reported quarterly results that beat expectations. That's the news for now, and I'll be back with the headlines at 1. This is Mira Business FM. Good afternoon and welcome to Midday Majlis with Sahar Mushtaq on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Don't forget that you can catch Midday Majlis live on Mira Business FM, streaming now on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and Telegram. Our podcast is also available on all your favorite platforms anytime, anywhere. And moving on, business success today isn't driven by technical skills alone. It's powered by how clearly, confidently, and effectively we communicate. In a fast-paced, multicultural market like the UAE, strong business communication can shape careers, strengthen teams, and drive real results. Today on Midday Majlis, we will be exploring why communication is no longer a soft skill but a core professional advantage. Right after a short break, this is Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, where business comes to talk.
Welcome back to Midday Majlis with myself, Sahar Mushtaq. We're live on Mira Business FM. And just before the break, we were talking about what drives business success beyond the technical skills. And today, just to discuss that, we're joined by Barira Shahid, a corporate trainer, higher education faculty member, and a PhD researcher who has extensive experience in the field of communication. She'll share insights on how professional presence, clear messaging and collaborative skills can shape careers, strengthen teams, and deliver real results in today's fast-paced multicultural UAE market. Welcome to Midday Majlis, Barira. It's really good to have you here.
Thank you for having me, Sahar. It's great to join the show.
Thank you for coming once again. And how do you, let's start with the big picture. How do you define effective business communication in today's corporate environment?
You know, it's quite interesting that how many people believe that communication is all about language, having perfection in language skills, especially international languages like French and English. However, research shows something very interesting. 7% of the communication is about words, 38% comes from tone, and
clarity.
55, and 55 comes from body language. So communication is not about finding the right words. It's not about looking for the right words. It's actually much more than that. Communication is clarity, confidence, how you say things, how you listen,
how you express.
Yes, how you carry yourself, and then how you connect to others.
Well, yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And so business communication today, as you said, is more about clarity and the purpose, impact, not just exchanging information, right? So from your experience in the Gulf, now focusing on our region specifically, what communication skills are most valued by employers here in the UAE?
See, this region is a global business hub. Diversity is at its peak here. And it's a home to nationalities from hundreds of, you can give the number as, backgrounds, cultural norms, languages. Businesses operate across languages, culture, ethics. So from closing deals, business deals, to manage teams, to satisfy clients, and to maintain your professional relationships, everything comes back to communication. So such a region where we have all these aspects, I believe communication is all about you express yourself in terms of how clear you are in what you want to convey, you respond to the right concerns, and you make sure that your intention is delivered in the right words.
Right. And communication used to be called a soft skill, but not anymore.
No.
So what do you have to say about that?
It is not a soft skill, honestly. It's the backbone of any, human transaction, you can say, happening. It's a backbone to your everyday tasks. It's not a soft skill anymore because, again, when you work in a multicultural place, you need to understand that communication comes from how you convey your ideas so that a person coming from a very different background, very different culture, and a different language gets to understand what you're saying. So it's like, encoding, decoding message. It's a full process of that.
And so it actually directly affects the leadership part as well.
100%.
Productivity and
100%.
business, of course.
Of
Right.
course.
And how do you see it as a core professional competency rather than just a soft skill?
We always say this in our postgraduate, classes, and when I go for workshops and training sessions for professionals, that think of communication as your channel to be able to express yourself, voice your opinion, to be able to see it's okay and great, actually, to be smart, But then if you're unable to project that, You're unable to actually
Show how smart you are.
Yes, how you carry yourself. So actually, in our postgraduate sessions, especially, or our executive sessions, we make sure that the participants tend to understand that it's very much important to actually project, your skills, project who you are as a person. So it's not enough to say, I'm really good at this. You need to show. Exactly. You need to be visible. And I believe that, there was some type of myth, visibility and all. It's true. It's a fact. There's something called as visibility. And you need to show that. You need to show how smart you are. You need to show your skills.
Absolutely. And how does strong communication exactly contribute to workplace performance and productivity these days?
See, in my 16 years of experience, I can tell you, Sahar, that if you have a good communication within your team, with the higher management, you tend to save yourself from difficult situations, misunderstandings, miscommunication, I didn't mean what I said, kind of, situations. You are really safe from these things because if your communication is clear, definitely
there will be no misunderstandings.
There you go.
Yeah.
So there are no misunderstandings.
And sometimes it is really hard to read between the lines.
100%. Not everybody's good at it. And not everybody's also good at reading faces.
True.
Right. And some people are actually very good at hiding their feelings. Some people have such blank faces that you wouldn't even know what they're feeling.
So clear communication definitely reduces errors and saves time.
100%.
And of course, keeps the teams aligned, right? So
of course.
Now, common communication gaps. When we think of this topic, in your observation across workplaces, what are some common communication gaps among professionals in the region?
I wouldn't really want to highlight language because I personally do not believe that language is any main of the components of communication, but still I would like to add that to the list. Language is one of definitely aspects where people tend to misunderstand and they couldn't really get the meaning of the word or how it is said, and then body language. So if I talk about communication gaps and if I am to list them, I think I would start with, first of all, body language. The way we sit, the way we walk, the way we talk to people standing. And then I would want to list the tone. We do not really focus on the tone, but tone matters a lot.
It does.
See, you can say no in different ways, and each time, no will carry a different meaning. When you say no, you have space to push the person to make no yes. When you will say something like, no, that has a deeper meaning. And when you say no, that's a straight no.
Exactly.
So you see, the tone carries such a strong meaning in it. So the way you say it, you make it clear.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you've put it so right in the words. And now that the UAE is incredibly diverse, so how can communication challenges impact teamwork in multicultural organizations?
Again, very interesting question, Sahar, because it comes back to my own experience. I have worked across many universities here and across many different, I would say, environments. So what I would say is that when communication is something you have truly understood as a necessity of your day, of your presence in a team or in a place, an institution, then I think we all start working upon our right ways of connecting with people. And I always bring this word forward, empathy. So I believe that when you want to connect with people, the very first thing you need to understand is empathy. People misunderstand empathy and sympathy. There are two very different things. So empathy is when I actually put myself in your shoes. You know what happens? Majority of the times, there are no misunderstandings anymore. because I can actually relate. I can find some place where I can say,
Express as well. Yeah.
Yes.
And the power of clarity is something that we have touched upon when we first started the interview. Now, one word we hear often is clarity all the time, okay? But what role does clarity play in avoiding misunderstandings in corporate world?
Clarity is overused, you know?
Exactly. This is what I was saying.
Yes, it's an overused expression, term. I really don't understand the idea when people say, be clear. How? You know what? Do you want someone to be clear in words? Do you want somebody to be clear in their intentions? Do you want somebody to be clear in conveying the message?
Projecting their ideas.
Yes, or projecting their ideas. So to me, I feel that clarity has a lot of meanings because it's a very contextualized term. Where do you want somebody to be clear exactly? Is it their intentions, the meaning, the idea? So I think it's a bit an overused term everywhere, you know. Be clear.
We hear it all the time.
Oh, yes. I have heard it many times, you know what. It's being said to me, and I also say it to some people as well, like, be clear. But then I ask myself, what do I want them to be clear about here? So to me, clarity is important, but it should not be overused
And it
at
always
places.
prevents the confusion.
It
right?
does, true. Clarity is needed. And you know what? It's not that we shouldn't be clear in our communication. We should, definitely, because that's the first step to avoid miscommunication, to avoid any misunderstandings, especially at workplaces.
And also the unnecessary conflicts, let's say.
Of course, of course. We definitely agree on that, you know, you need to be clear if you need to have a clear communication.
Get that. And now, email is still the backbone of business communication. Now, this is an important discussion that we'll head into. Now, what distinguishes an effective professional email from an ineffective one?
You know, Sahar, I think you would agree that since we have gotten ChatGPT and we have gotten really interesting AI there, I think it should not be a problem anymore to say that there's a confusion in the emails.
But then again, if you do not give clear prompts
There
to
you
ChatGPT,
go. So that's the key.
Exactly. So then we're back to clarity here.
Yes.
So we do not give the proper prompts to
Yes,
ChatGPT or any
100%.
other AI tool we're using.
For sure.
And we're not able to get there.
And you know what, now it takes me back to what I always say in my classes, that ChatGPT cannot, or any AI, cannot think on your behalf. You first need to have something to give to ChatGPT. So that's the prompt.
Exactly.
You need to prompt it correctly. So if I talk about confusing emails versus clear emails and all, subject line to me is the main thing, because that's that window that tells if I really need to open this email out of the 100 in my inbox to look at and read.
It has to catch your attention.
Exactly. Very clear, to the point. Subject line is something everybody should pay attention to. In today's fast-paced world, to be honest, look at the number of emails we receive. And you cannot go through all of them.
Exactly.
And then you miss out on something very important that was in your inbox.
All the time, actually.
All the time.
Yeah.
So subject line, and then honestly, keep it to the point. Precision, accuracy, composed email. Nobody has the time to read 10 lines. And then there's only one little thing in there that should have...
And sometimes it's a whole book written.
Oh, yes. Even in today's world, honestly, I myself receive emails which are like 10 lines long, and I'm like, wait, what exactly do you want me to know? And then at the end, like, really? This is what I was supposed to know in the last line?
They just want you to read between the lines
Exactly.
there. So,
and even then you would write another email
right,
asking them, what was the email about?
Yeah, it just puts you into doing more work. This is what I was about to say. Yeah, and beyond just message itself, how important are tone and structure in business email or writings and the business communication through emails?
Tone is a very tricky thing in the emails. This is something very interesting to actually, for everyone to think about and to focus on, that how to manage this tone in the email, because that's widely misunderstood. that you did not really mean to, what you said. Because when you're speaking, your body language is helping you promote the idea better. But when you're writing, it's just words. And that is why miscommunication happens more on messages or on emails rather than in-person communication. And that is why I'm sure you would agree that when there's any sensitive issue in workplaces, they prefer to have in-person meetings.
True.
Because body language plays a huge role in it. So when you talk about tone in the emails, that's quite tricky. You need to be very careful. And to me, clarity is the key. Don't go with all those difficult, high-frequency words. Stay simple so that you avoid confusion, you avoid misunderstanding. You just simply say what you have to, if you really have to maintain a good and correct positive tone in the email.
And also to build relationships.
Of course. Relationships, I believe, is the main thing at work.
It is.
Yes.
Yeah. So you have to really structure well and ensure that, everything is aligned and it has the right tone, right structure.
Yeah.
And again, don't give those wrong prompts to ChatGPT
And
there.
also, I'll add one point here to our discussion and to whom you're writing this email to. If you're writing to a higher management, the same idea, you will write it in a very different way. And if you're writing the same thing to a colleague, your co-worker...
Yeah, the tone has to be completely
different. So you need to look at the target audience all the time. You need to look at who's going to read this.
Yeah, exactly. And many professionals also struggle in meetings when it comes to business communication. How can people share their ideas more confidently and precisely and professionally?
See, Sahar, we always say that to everyone out there, that including myself. So I'll tell you from my personal perspective and experience that I got to have the confidence to stand in front of 150 people and talk to them, deliver a workshop or conduct a workshop, because I think one thing I understood with time was just be clear to yourself first. So I'll make it easy what I say to my students. First, make sense to yourself. And when the content or what you want to project makes sense to you, it will make sense to others as well. And do not overthink about language, accent, pronunciations. Come on, in today's world, do we really look at that? No, we don't. Now we really want to communicate. We really want to deliver our ideas.
Indeed.
So I think what first thing people need to understand is that overcome your fears. And you know what? Nobody can do it for you. You need to do it for yourself. And now we have such a strong access to internet, podcasts, YouTube videos. There's so much out there.
Exactly.
Listen, process, and what you know that only. So you are the master of your own
skills.
Exactly.
And from meetings to now presentations. So what makes a business presentation impactful and persuasive in a work setting?
Precision. It has to be to the point. Target audience. You need to make sure that it reaches the right set of audience. You customize it, personalize it to reach right mindset. And also, because of so much of awareness, you cannot bluff things anymore. There's no fluff here and there if you look at it. It's very quick and easy now, actually, to check. So you need to make sure that what you're conveying in a presentation or in a business, meeting or anything, you need to get the ground facts,
You need to see if it is really audience focused.
Yes, 100%. And then you build your message around it. So audience, the message that you want to convey, and what is the purpose?
Exactly.
And then you build your presentation or your message around it.
Absolutely. And then when communicating upward, how can professionals present complex information to senior leadership clearly and concisely?
You know, it's pretty much related to what we're talking about all this time. Like, we are always having such meetings. You know, if I tell you from my experience, every other week, we are to present something to our line managers, to program leads, and somewhere, somehow, we are always expected to make it amazing, you know. I always use the word pitch. Everybody should know how to sell their pitch, you know. And honestly, the idea is that in 30 seconds, say what you have to, and then elaborate it. So your audience, be it your line manager, leadership, hire management, they need to get the core idea.
Within the first 30 seconds.
First 30 to 40 seconds, they need to know, why are you here?
So setting the tone initially is what is going to capture their attention.
100%. And from there, you build further by elaborating, explaining, exemplifying, convincing. But then those first 30, 40 seconds is the game.
And those first 30, 40 seconds shouldn't really entail a lot of excessive details, right?
No, yeah. It should be more likely the core idea, the gist of the message, the backbone, you know? So you're just telling what exactly needs to be known, and then you
later you dive into it.
Yeah. Yes.
Makes a lot of sense. And then in a region as diverse as ours, you have experience of working in the GCC. How important is cultural awareness in business communication in this time and age within the region?
A lot, Sahar, honestly. What I've experienced so far, cultural awareness is another important aspect of being able to work in multicultural, highly diverse places. I have been to so many places. I have worked in so many institutions and organizations, and I'll tell you, it is all about cultural awareness. How much do you know about the people you're working with, you're dealing with, and not only how much you know them, how much do you know them as a nation? I'm not saying that you need to run a completely Wikipedia background learning on that, but you need to be aware of your surroundings. You need to know people from different regions of the world, their background, at least the basic knowledge of everything, you know? And I always say that in my classes that, you know, you need to be aware of your presence. You need to be aware of your surroundings. Who are you dealing with? And honestly, this region is an amazing place to exemplify all the time. So you're living with different people in the same building. How many nationalities? You're working with so many different nationalities. You're having lunch, dinner. So I think every one of us during one single
because
day.
this place is so culturally diverse.
Yes. And look at the events we celebrate here. From Ramadan to Christmas to Holi to Diwali.
Yeah.
There you go. So if you are not culturally aware of what's going around you, how can you be a part of that society, that community?
Exactly. And I guess we'll move on to our next topic of discussion, which is communication isn't only about speaking. We did talk about this earlier. Now let's dive deep into this. How does active listening influence professional relationships at work?
You know, it's a very interesting question. And to tell you, we usually conduct a full-on session about active listening. So you can imagine how important it is. There are full chapters, modules upon active listening in communication. Active listening is the core to effective communication. How would you ever respond to someone if you have not been listening? And you know, Sahar, listening and hearing are two different things.
Oh, really?
Listening is when you process what you have heard.
Okay.
And then you decode and then you encode a message accordingly. So in simpler words, you listen to something, then you understood it, you processed it, and now you're going to respond accordingly. Hearing is just a sound coming from one end, and then it does not really make sense.
You could be hearing a song in the background. Now, that doesn't really need so much attention.
There you go. Yeah. So listening, active listening in itself, is very, very important. And it is definitely one of the strongest aspects of good communication. That's why how you must have heard this phrase, listen to me. Are you listening to me?
Yeah.
So
we do
it
hear
does
that a
have
lot of time
meaning,
from our
though.
moms.
Yes. Yes.
All right. And so good listening definitely builds trust, reduces conflicts again, and strengthens teamwork. So is there anything else you would like to add there before we get to our next topic?
I think apart from active listening is actually coupled with eye contact, I would say. So for when people say active listening, I feel active listening and eye contact, they should come together. Because active listening is like when you will only listen when you're making an eye contact with me. So for active listening, this is just a hack I'm giving, that if you really want to, understand and know if somebody's listening to you or not, just check if they're making an eye contact with you. So when people are listening, they'll make an eye contact with you.
That's a very good tip.
Yeah. And if they're not listening, honestly, they will look everywhere else other than
Okay.
making an eye contact. I mean, they will, but literally for like a nanosecond time.
Right.
Yeah.
So they're not really fully paying attention
Yes.
when they're not looking, right? So we are actually going to discuss some more strong communication skills topics with you right after a short break. We're in conversation with Buria Shahid, who is a business communication trainer, and this is Midday Majlis on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio. Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
This is Midday Majlis with Sahar Mushtaq on Mira Business FM, where conversations connect and ideas come alive right at midday. Don't forget you can catch us live on Mira Business FM, streaming now on YouTube, Rumble, Facebook, and of course, Telegram. Our podcast is also available on all your favorite platforms anytime, anywhere. And right before the break, we were talking about serious stuff with our guest in the studio, who is Barira Shahid, the business communication trainer. And let us now, Barira, touch on some difficult conversations, not very, but slightly. How can actually strong communication skills help in managing conflict at work?
So strong communication actually helps keep conversations, difficult conversations, calm, progressive, respectful, and solution-focused. So I think I would say that when people tend to get into some sensitive conversations or conversations where they have to express their concerns clearly and they listen without being defensive, so that's where strong communication is really, I think, functional.
Right. And here it really plays a role as it protects us from damaging the relationships in our workplace.
For sure. Because at professional level, if you look at it, it's like, rather than blaming a colleague, why don't you focus on the solution? So if you have good communication, I think you would want to focus on what is the problem. Because to my learning, this is not that an individual is a problem. Problem is always the situation. So let's not blame the individual.
Very well said, I must say.
So let's not blame the individual here. Let's just look at the solution. And you know what? Communication actually somehow trains you to start focusing on solutions rather than going around and complaining about the problems.
Makes sense. And when it comes to leadership and communication, often go hand in hand, right? So how closely are communication skills linked to leadership potential?
I think leadership is all about communication. And I'll tell you again that I have worked with so many line managers, and every time I had a very different experience, not because of the place, but because of the person I have worked with. Because of my line manager, I have had a different experience. So leadership definitely is completely connected to good, strong communication skills. So if your leader is empathetic, approachable, open, and willing to listen, you do have strong leadership.
And how do you actually work with your team as a leader? Because you are a lecturer as well. And I'm sure that you're working with a big group of people at work. So how do you actually practice that?
See, I will not say that I'm always great at communication.
Do you think leaders are judged at times?
Of course they are,
all the time?
honestly. And you know what? These expectations, I'm sure people have these expectations when you become a leader or you take up any strong leadership position. They expect that you're going to do an amazing job. You will know everything. You will understand everything, you know?
Lots of expectations.
Of course. But that's not the case. They need to think. In fact, I always say, and I'm very loud about it, but because I think voicing my opinion is something I have learned over time, that I must voice my opinion. And so I always say, you are not a ChatGPT. You're not an AI. You will make mistakes. So when you become a leader, be open to accept that, yes, I can and I will make mistakes.
And I'm a human at the end of the day.
Yes, indeed. So there are two things, Sahar, I always say. Accountability and credibility. So when something goes really well, we're really happy and, to take the credit.
True.
But when something
all the time.
Yes. And when something goes wrong, let's be accountable as well.
Why not?
Why not? So both things should be a part of leadership. Take the credit, also be accountable if anything goes wrong. So I think this is what I practice. As a teacher, as an instructor, as a part of my team, or any leadership position I've held so far, I'm always very open to say, oh, sorry, this did not work really, so let's go back. Or you were right actually when you said that and I did not listen to it.
Right.
So I think openness.
Because it doesn't make you, a smaller person at the end of the day.
Not at all. These are just our inner insecurities that make us feel like that. If you're confident, if you know what you're doing, you know your work, and you know your potential and competency, no way, Sahar. These things are just our inner self-generated fears.
True that. And when it comes to career progression, Barira, have you seen communication skills directly influence promotions or career growth?
To some extent, Sahar, I would say yes, but I wouldn't say that it's fully dependent on that. Many other things are, of course, a part of your promotion,
like visibility.
Progression.
We were talking about it earlier.
So visibility is definitely one of them. And communication.
Because you might have it all, but if it's not visible, then
there you go.
How do you progress?
Exactly.
How do you expect to be promoted at a role?
There you go. You are doing a great job. You're doing a great job at your desk. But then somebody has to know that you are doing a great job. So that's why visibility definitely is one of the parameters, I would say. And along with that,
credibility,
openness, be able to connect with others, empathy. So all these things, it's like set of skills, you need to progress. So I wouldn't say that communication is the only. They're different, rungs of the ladder that you have to take to reach somewhere. So it's a set of skills, I would say.
Yeah, you really have to take that first step to be on the 10th floor.
Of course.
You can't expect yourself to just be up there.
No.
Exactly, without
and if you
taking
do
the very
that,
first
it is
step.
you cannot sustain.
True.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And for non-native English speakers, this is a very important topic to talk about. For professionals whose first language isn't English, of course, what should be their main focus when it comes to business communication?
So you are taking me back to, not even back to, it's my PhD is about pedagogical approaches to enhance non-native English speakers' academic performance in the UAE. So I'm in my third year right now, and I am working on how to help non-native English speakers to be able to enhance. However, my PhD is more focused on academic performance, and our discussion right now is more about business.
Business
Exactly.
communication.
Yeah. So, see, being non-native does not put you down at all. You and I would know it, how it is, Like I very proudly say, this is not my native language, which I'm using throughout my 9-to-5 day. In fact, even back at home now, our kids speak English only. So language is never or should never be considered a barrier to your communication. Yes, you need to work on it. Unfortunately, you have to upgrade your language skills. But then do not really depend upon them all the time. Language is needed, and it should be
improved,
up to,
worked on.
Definitely up to a certain level. There has to be clarity, but we need to understand accent and pronunciations are two very different things. Accent comes from different regions.
Cultures.
Yes.
Yeah.
And pronunciation?
We might notice some people have very strong accents.
Of course.
Because they're coming from a certain region.
Yes.
Right.
And pronunciation is all about saying the right word in the right way.
Get that. And what practical steps can organizations take to improve communication?
Trainings. I always say that organizations should actually support, facilitate trainings. Train the teams, offer them training sessions, outsource sessions. It's much needed now. Moreover, they need to encourage open feedback.
Do you see that it's much needed now than back in the days?
I think, Sahar, it's much
Okay.
needed now. You know why? Cultural diversity.
And the world is progressing at a very fast pace.
Indeed. So we definitely need it more than before.
Yeah.
I
than
don't
ever
remember
before.
in the last 10 years I would have heard, like if I go back 10 years from now, no, there was no such thing as communication trainings happening as much as they're happening now.
True. Now we also have to communicate with our new best friend, ChatGPT.
Oh, like
And that takes a
anything.
lot of work as well,
It's amazing.
isn't it?
And if you just come to how this generation, today's generation is using ChatGPT, you'll
All
be
the time.
amazed.
And I think they're better at it than us.
They are, definitely.
10 times better, I
Yes,
would
they
say.
are.
And what about the feedback channels? Do they really make a real difference?
I believe they do if there is certain structure to feedback. What are you going to do with this feedback? How open you are to hear and have a constructive feedback. You know what? It's easy to say feedback, but then it has much more in it. Constructive feedback requires openness. Are you really open to and flexible to listen to what people have to say? Have you given them such
The chance.
trust? Yes. That they will be open to give their feedback? Or you're taking the feedback because it's a tick box only? So feedback is a great thing. Personally, I believe organizations should have this platform. But then again, what do you plan to do with this feedback is important.
True. And because we're running out of time,
Yes.
what is one piece of advice for professionals in the UAE looking to strengthen their business communication skills?
That's interesting. I never thought about if I had ever to tell somebody what exactly you need to do in this way, but I would definitely say that work on your communication by being aware of who you are as a person, believe in your expertise, believe in yourself, know your skills, acknowledge your talent, and project it better.
I think that's
Yeah.
amazing. What you've said is a great advice. And honestly, you've added so much value by being here on the show today. We have really learned a lot of insights in terms of business communication from you. And we look forward to having you on the show again, hopefully soon.
Thank you so much, Sahar. It was amazing to have this wonderful discussion, talk with you. And I'm sure that you have a long way to go with this amazing platform.
Yeah, and always you're welcome to the Midday Majlis right here at Mira Business FM. That brings us to the end of today's discussion with our guest, Barir Shahid, who is a business communication trainer. And I'll be back with more engaging conversations and interesting discussions. Don't forget to like and subscribe to Mira Business FM. Until next time, this is Sahar Mushtaq signing off.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Good afternoon. It's 1 p.m. I'm Sahar Mushtaq, and this is the news on Mira Business FM. UAE President His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Al Nahyan met with Russian President Vladimir Putin in Moscow to discuss the strengthening of the strategic partnership between their countries. The talks took place in Kremlin during His Highness Sheikh Mohammed's visit to Russia. At the start of the meeting, he expressed his hope that 2026 would be a year of growth and progress for Russia, as well as continued development in UAE-Russia relations, according to Khalij Times. During the meeting, the two leaders focused on expanding cooperation in key areas including trade, investment, technology, space, and energy. Their discussions highlighted a shared commitment to deepening the UAE-Russia partnership across multiple fields. Global precious metals markets saw a sharp sell-off on Thursday, with gold prices falling nearly 6% and silver tumbling about 8%. Both metals retreated from their recent all-time highs amid a stronger US dollar and weakness in the US stock market. US spot gold slid to around $5,104 an ounce before trimming some losses, while silver also eased after touching highs earlier in the session. Analysts say the retreat reflects profit-taking and a reassessment of the metals rally. Stocks slumped while the dollar and bond yields jumped today after U.S. President Donald Trump indicated he has narrowed his choice for the next Federal Reserve chair to former Fed Governor Kevin Warsh. Warsh is viewed as supportive of lower interest rates, but more cautious about large-scale monetary stimulus than some other candidates. Asian shares fell sharply, led by 1.3% drop in the MSCI index of Asia-Pacific stocks outside Japan, while U.S. stock futures also weakened and precious metals slid. Tesla Inc. says it will spend more than $20 billion in 2026, more than double Wall Street expectations, as the electric car maker reshapes its business amid sales slump. The capital expenditures are aimed at expanding production of vehicles, batteries, and robots across several factories, part of a strategic pivot toward artificial intelligence and robotics under CEO Elon Musk. Officials say the company has agreed to invest about $2 billion in Musk's AI startup, xAI, and may build a semiconductor facility to support future technology development. And now a quick market and currency update. Bitcoin today is trading at $82,887, and for those tracking remittances, 1 dirham equals about 25 Indian rupees, 76.31 Pakistani rupees, 33.13 Bangladeshi taka, 16 Philippine peso, 12.74 Egyptian pound. Meanwhile, 1 British pound is equal to 5.05 dirhams today. That's your daily financial update. This is the news on Mira Business FM.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.
Everybody, now I hear me. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm David Tully, and you are listening to Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai. You can search for us on Mira Business FM, and you can find us online at all your usual favorite platforms at home: YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, you name it, we're there. So I want to, first of all, start things off by introducing my wonderful and talented co-host, Dima Magalse. Dima, how are you?
Hi, David. Thank you. How are you doing?
Super duper. Top of the world.
Yeah?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
Now that we've established that, let's go.
Okay. Define top of the world. What made you feel top of the world?
It's been a good week. Do I want to go into why it's been a good week? Not really. I don't think the listeners are interested in that. But grading is over. Woo-hoo! Since we are university lecturers, that is not unappreciated by me. But you last week, our guest Teva Panir was on, and we were talking about AI, and you were saying, as we sauntered into the studio, that you had some follow-up about AI that you wanted to bring up.
Yeah, because funny enough, I feel that each week we are talking about something. The next episode with a guest speaker builds up kind of on the previous topic where we ended there.
That's the hope.
Yeah,
that there is some
honestly,
sort of continuity.
like we start somewhere, we end it. It's like it naturally.
It's a bit of making this up as we go along, but not entirely.
So I remember last time when we talked about storytelling, AI, all these kind of things, and we spoke also about film festivals, and we spoke about Sundance. So after we got that, Sundance Institute announced that they have like a 3-year AI literacy initiative where they want to teach basically 100,000 independent filmmakers of using AI. And this is funded by Google, or collaboration by Google, with $2 million. So this because we were talking also about the shift, right? That between filmmaking, AI, keeping authenticity, all these kind of things. And I remember also last time at the end of the episode where we asked him about authenticity, what are we compromising on while leaning towards AI, and he was kind of upset with his ending it on...
It ended on a bit of a bummer, as I
yes,
recall.
exactly, but...
Nothing's real anymore. We're all in a Philip K. Dick novel. You can't tell what's
but
real
this is
and
for
what
you,
isn't.
Teva, because today also we're talking about authenticity in storytelling, and especially when it comes to documentaries, photojournalism, and that's why we have our guest today, Elvi.
The whole premise round.
We spent 10 minutes trying to get that. And
you did say very helpfully, it's like new kitchen,
exactly.
correct?
Like
you know
new
what?
kitchen.
Funny enough, I was trying to remember the kitchen part, not here.
Not the new.
Renovated kitchen. That's
Sounds very similar.
And she's coming all the way from Amsterdam. She's a photojournalist, filmmaker, educator, and a podcast host, with more than 20 years
Which
of
means
experience.
she's going to show us how it's done.
Yeah.
No.
Known for a long-term documentary project that explored social issues, identity, inequity, and human experience. Welcome to the show, Elvi.
Thank you so much.
How are you doing?
I'm very happy being here.
Oh,
I
thank
love
you.
the energy already. Lots of laughing and smiling. And we're in a beautiful spot. And
An
I love being
aquarium,
here.
as you called it before.
It's an aquarium. It does feel a bit like
Get
an
people
aquarium.
in fish costumes to go by next
Well,
week.
I feel like we're the fish. We have to be in the fish costume.
You're right. We found our theme.
Yeah.
In the fishbowl, we're going to call it.
We
that.
are in the aquarium. It's the people outside that are going to be looking in.
So it's not crossroads, it's fishes crossing roads.
Exactly. No, but it's
Okay.
nice being here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Elvi. So just we're gonna talk more about photojournalism. We're gonna talk more about especially documentary storytelling, authentic storytelling, because as we ended with Teva last week of how AI is taking over some parts and how does it get incorporated into documentaries as well. So maybe we can.
I want to add one little
Yeah.
news bit. I actually sent it to you right before we got here, but I think you guys were
Yeah.
on the road. Variety just announced about an hour ago that the Screen Actors Guild is sitting down with producers, with studios to make a deal. Now, you might remember that all the screen actors went on strike about 3 years ago, and one of the big deals with that was AI, the use of AI and AI likenesses, AI voices, as we talked about last week. And there's that Tilly, the AI performer. So they're basically throwing in the towel and saying they're going to have a Tilly tax. And that is, if you use AI performers like Tilly has a full name too, even though Tilly's an AI simulation. If you use Tilly or somebody like Tilly, you have to pay a fee, basically like a tax on using AI to the Screen Actors Guild. Because you're not using real screen actors, you got to pay for to use the.
But then actors are not benefiting from that. Like it remains the same issue.
They're not.
No?
It doesn't change anything.
Basically, the issue has not gone away. That's the thing. And they're kind of admitting. The upshot of the article was they're admitting the issue won't go away.
That's what I think. You can't really fight this, right?
Yeah.
There's no
that's exactly
way.
how
It's
they
too
put
big.
it. You can't fight it.
I get these questions a lot about my own images. Like, aren't you afraid that your images are being used by machine learning and that I'm actually, yes, maybe, no. Afraid is not the right word for me because I think it's already happening. It will happen more. It has already happened so much. I don't think we can stop
That's
this.
an interesting question, though. Aren't you afraid? What do they mean by, like, okay, an actor, I could see they're afraid of being supplanted by Tilly or somebody like that. But you are a photojournalist. And in a second, we're going to talk specifically about your work. But what would you be afraid of?
So I am not, because I really
like
think
the confidence.
Yeah,
Don't even ask.
I really think that a lot of jobs, a lot of photography jobs as well, will be replaced by AI. If you look at models, let's say modeling clothing for big brands, that's already being done a lot with AI because it's very easy to stick the same dress onto 75 different models in 30 different countries with AI instead of traveling with a whole crew and models with all the clothing to a place.
Yeah.
But with photojournalism, I don't think if you want to see the news, you want to see really what it was like. And of course, that can be recreated with AI, but I don't think people want to watch a newspaper knowing that the images are created. You could see it with COVID. Newspaper subscriptions are not popular, or they're getting least popular. But during COVID, they went up. Everyone was
They did?
Yeah, a lot. The subscriptions with New York Times, but also with the Dutch newspapers, they went up a lot because people wanted to know for real what was going on. They wanted to read the news.
And they have enough time working from home or something, or those who lost their jobs.
Exactly. Yeah, it's true. So
It's like, did you see those photos of that town in eastern Russia last week, the snow? And there was this a tidal wave of snow. And it was on major news sites. I honestly, at this moment, can't remember any of them. The next day, they then had to all announce, nope, it was AI.
Oh, it was AI.
Many were duped. So, I mean, regardless of the platform, the risk is getting there.
Yeah.
But it could never endanger what you do.
Well, never say never. Maybe there's a big wave coming of something that I am not aware of, but I don't feel it. I really believe that people want to know the news. Like if I tell you that I have been to Ukraine, you would be listening to the stories that I would be telling from my time in Ukraine. But they would be a lot less interesting, I think, if they were told by a machine, because you really want to know, so what happened? What did the people say? What did they feel? You can read it, or AI can tell it to you. I use AI a lot for a lot of different reasons, but I don't think it will replace this real storytelling.
No, but this part also, I have a question in mind later, because you're also an educator and you educate like Gen Zs and stuff. So maybe their association with reality is different.
Oh, that's so true. That does shock me.
But before getting
What do you mean?
there,
That's so true. Their association with reality is different.
Yeah, you want to get into it later, I think.
I want to get to it later after introducing your.
I'm going off script again. This happened last week. It was chaos.
No, it's fine, because sometimes we talk also before the show, so we lose track about what was already talked about before the show. What is it we have to talk about in the show? But no, we'll get that. I just wanted to know first, like, because also you have many humanitarian projects that you worked on, and many of them are really interesting. Today, not surprisingly, like for a coincidence, I had class with my journalism students about photojournalism.
Okay.
So I introduced them to your work. And they found many interesting angles, and they already have questions for you that we're going to ask you later. But the main thing, they were curious about your own angles in telling the stories. So what kind of stories are you more like, any interesting, like you have many interesting projects, but anything that mainly close to your heart, and what made you actually hold the camera and become photojournalist in first place? Was it curiosity? Was it injustice that you saw? Is it connection to certain areas?
That's a good question. So I think in the beginning when I started as a photographer, I thought I just want to tell stories. I like pictures. And the more I started diving deeper into stories, I realized I was very much interested in contemporary issues. So that can be anything from racism to poverty to money laundering. I mean, any big topic that has to do with the world at this moment fits in. I'm really drawn to stories that are human-based. I'm assigned also a lot of stories that are sometimes a bit more technical about, I don't know, solar panels or something. That's for me more difficult to photograph, because when I cannot see a human, it's very difficult for me to connect to a story and to shoot the story. So when I got into photography, there was another reason I got into it, because I really felt I could change the world. Now, 20 years later, I know the chances of changing the world are almost zero. But throughout the years, I have, and I know that because people told me, I have changed certain people's view or their trajectory of where their life was going. And it's usually a one-on-one. It's like, I don't change the world. I don't change a whole country or history. But I know I changed a few very small steps for people. And I think as a journalist, that is now already something beautiful I aim for. Like if I can touch someone's heart with a story, or if I can make someone feel less lonely. I've done a lot of stories about Alzheimer's, for instance. I would get, after those stories publish, people reach out to me like, oh, my mom has Alzheimer's and your story reminded me of her, she passed away. Or it's these more human connections that that really helped me. I think a good example is an assignment that I did for the New York Times, which was about a town in Belgium, which is only an hour and a half from my house, but I had never heard of the story. It is a town in Belgium that for 750 years have been having host families, local people, hosting people in their homes that are dealing with psychological issues. And they don't host them for a day or a week, but usually for a year or 5 years or 20 years or 30 years.
The people in this town do that?
Yes.
And how long did you say
750 years.
They've been practicing this?
Yes. So a lot of
750 years ago, I think people didn't even understand. They would have thought they were possessed by demons.
Exactly. And it was back then through the church, and they would still, farmers would take them in to take care of them, and it still exists now. And that story was the first story I ever made in the 20 years that I am working, that received hundreds of comments, including from people from towns in the US, towns in other European countries, all around the world. People were reaching out saying, our town should have this. We have so many people dealing with mental issues, and it is a free system. It's not paid. A lot of the Americans are like, oh, are you getting paid as a family? No, it's all free.
Always the knee-jerk reaction. Right?
It was really the first thing. How much can we get? And then when people found out, no, it's a free system, and it's been going on for 750 years. So that's when I felt, oh, I can really make a change, because now there are other people in other parts of the world thinking they might want to copy this Belgium system.
Wow, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
I mean, that's the best reason for storytelling.
You know, this leads to, whenever I find angles similar to question asked by students, I'm going to club it with. This leads me to a question by a student called Rabia Khan. And she was mainly fascinated by your project. Sorry, Born Free. Yeah, so she says that you cover a very unique angle by focusing on the aftermath of the conflict rather than the conflict itself. Capturing the lives of the first post-apartheid generation. How do you come up with compelling angles? Like not just as a news ones, but like the aftermath of the apartheid.
Can I jump in and
yeah,
answer that question for you? No, I'm not going to answer the question for you. What I wanted to do is properly introduce the work Born Free, since this question is about it. So people who are listening or watching might I just wanted to say, that you live in Amsterdam.
Nearby.
And you're originally from South Africa, however.
No, I am originally from the Netherlands, but I studied in South Africa and I worked there as a photographer. So I feel a little bit South African, even though I'm not, but I've been in and out for 18 years of the country.
Okay, and your work, I would love it if you could just maybe one line describe Born Free, what it is, but I did want to say that your work, you're in town, and we're lucky enough to be able to be here with you because you're in town this weekend, because your work is featured at the Exposure International Photography Festival's landmark 10th edition in Sharjah, and it's running from January 29th to February 4th. And your work is in the photojournalism zone.
That's
correct?
True. Yeah.
And now the overall exhibit brings together photography created under risk and driven by the need to bear witness, is how they put it in the copy. And there's two core categories, correct, for the thing. There's social issues and there's war and tragedies. And yours is going to be in the social issues, and it is called Born Free.
That's correct.
So that's the only thing I wanted to set up to make sense of the question.
Yeah. Okay, I'm going to answer the question, but before I do, we're going all over the place. I just want to say one thing about the festival, about Exposure Festival in Sharjah. I have been doing this job for 20 years. I have literally, first of all, never seen my pictures printed in this way.
Really?
Not the size, it's so sharp and big, and it's this whole festival. I don't know how they did it. It's a major organization. They build a whole village, I would say, a photography village. There are thousands of pictures to be seen. They built this whole, I don't know. It's just I've never seen or experienced anything like this. And to see pictures being celebrated like this, to see them hanging in this beautiful, beautiful place.
Fantastic.
I've never, all the photographers there were all like, wow, have you ever experienced this? None of us have.
And it's only going to be open for this 1 week, correct?
I know,
January
it's
29th
insane.
to February 4th.
Yeah.
So get in your cars and get there now.
You really should. Absolutely. Get in your car and go see it. Yeah. So I'm very proud to have Born Free there. So in one line, to explain what Born Free is. Yeah. It's like,
certain boundary.
Going everywhere. So Born Free, I've created this story, Born Free, about the generation growing up, like you said, after the apartheid system. And the reason I did that, I worked in South Africa on this project for about 18 years. I flew in and out, but I also used to live there. And when I lived in South Africa for the first time in 2004 as a student and in 2007 as a photographer at a newspaper there, I realized, wow, the young people are super active. Like when there was a riot, the young people are in front. When there was demonstrations, they were always there. And I'm from the Netherlands. Everything is overly organized. People are not doing any demonstrations for anything. Back then, like 20 years ago, not at all. I had never had a demonstration when I was younger, never joined one. Now we have them for the climate and for when COVID was happening, these things. But when I arrived in South Africa for the first time and I saw all these active young people, I realized, wait, these people have something to fight for. They want better roads, better schools, more equality.
And again, this is 2004.
This was 2004, exactly. And then when I was back there in 2007 and I started working as a photographer, I realized these young people, I want to put the spotlight on them because for the first time in that whole generation, they on paper are equal. And I'm saying that on paper as a big remark because when Nelson Mandela became president in 1994 and he said all races are in our country are now being treated equally, of course in the minds of people they were still used to white people being having more rights. The schools used to be divided in black and white. The swimming pools used to be divided in black and white. The trains, everything was into two colors. And when you cross that off on paper and you say we are no longer living like that, it doesn't mean that
it goes away.
That it goes away, exactly. But then this whole new generation was born. The year Mandela became president.
94.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So I decided I want to focus on kids that are born around the year 94. And I want to see what it's like. You were a baby when everything became equal. What is it like now? You're now 20, you're now 25. So I started following them, and I just never stopped because it made me realize there's so much to their story because they gained a lot. They won a lot by becoming equal on paper, and they won a lot about being able to go to a better school. But on the same time, there were no repayments being made. So the poor black kids in the poorer areas are now, 30 years later, still many of them living in the poorer areas that have, they don't have the best schools. The good jobs are far away from these poor areas. That didn't change. So
So-
that's why I'm still photographing.
So born free refers, they're the first generation born after Mandela became president.
Yeah.
And you followed them from about the age of 10, say, if they were born in 94,
Yeah,
you
the
followed
young-
them from 2004
Yeah.
to the age
Yeah,
of about...
2007 I started, so a bit later, but yeah, like
And then till up to the present, correct?
Exactly, yeah.
So, okay, so that's quite an impressive
That's-
scope to it.
Yeah, it is. And I did finish the project a couple of times already. I made a book, and then I made an interactive website, and I keep saying, now I'm done. And then there's new elections.
What's the name of the book?
Riots. It's called Born Free. And it's actually, the book should have had a question mark, Born Free, because it's more a search into how free are they really. Yeah.
And you, sorry, we will come
No,
back to
no,
the
no,
question
no, no,
in
in
1 second, but
the-
I'm curious, you said you came there in 2004 and then again in 2000, did you leave in 2004 and then come back in 2000?
Yeah.
And I'm curious because actually we were there at the same time in 2004.
Oh, really?
I lived there for about 4 months,
Oh, cool.
making a sci-fi network miniseries.
While she was dealing with the real life story.
Exactly.
David
while
was
you were doing
the
this, I was making
sci-fi.
a terrible, terrible science fiction miniseries. It did, however, get the set rating records for a Monday night for the Sci-Fi Network. So,
Well
you know.
done, well done.
I feel there was a victory of some sort. But I do remember that the young people were far more optimistic and happy than the older people. That was my general impression across the board. There was a lot of bitterness and a lot of anger amongst the older people.
Very true.
Did you find a difference in 2007? Because I was there in 2004. I've never been back. I'm wondering, was there a change for the better or worse in either age group?
Very interesting question because throughout the years it has been going, well, for the people who are listening and not looking at the camera, up and down. Like literally I'm now doing it with my hand, but it was like a total curve from super positive. In 2004, I would say the young people were positive and the elder generation was not. And then when Zuma became, or was already president then, and he became very corrupt, it just went downhill very much. And the young and the old people became a bit more depressed about the whole situation. And it changed with every president, I would say. Then Mandela died. It also changed something. So I think currently what's happening, well, let's say 4 years ago, before the latest elections, the general feeling was that the system has failed them. Between white and black, a lot of the white people are complaining, saying we are now being, racism is now against us because we are not getting the
Reverse
jobs.
racism now.
Yeah.
Exactly, reverse racism.
I'm not even going to get into that.
Exactly, that's a
but-
whole different story.
Yeah.
So that's what some of them are saying. But the black people also are not thriving. A lot of them are living below the poverty line. And then the last elections happened, and the ANC were not, for the first time ever, Mandela's party was not the majority vote. So it's slowly changing. I think the last elections made people a bit more optimistic, but throughout the years, it's been very much going up and down. And I think that's normal for any new democracy. Look at Bosnia. It's just as new. It's similar. Or 30 years ago was when the war happened.
Yeah.
And you see a country is searching for an identity. They're searching for
and
jobs. You know, like the system collapsed on itself when corruption happened. But why did corruption happen? I think mainly because when you have a corrupt president, your army is corrupt, and then your police is corrupt, and then the people on the street become corrupt because they know they can bribe the police. So the whole system fails.
You know, there are many questions today also about authenticity and keeping things authentic. And then after we're going to transition into how can we keep it authentic nowadays and the challenges of keeping things authentic. And who even defines authenticity? Because what might sound authentic to you might not be authentic for someone else, right?
Very true.
So another question, many questions are led by the journalism students today. By Naya Ataf. She says, in Born Free as well, you chose intimate portraits over grand historic imagery. And you, as you just explained as well, that it seems like you were definitely like connected to the core issue, but also you are balancing too many aspects. You're balancing the aesthetical part of being a photographer, you're balancing the ethical part of filming them, and also maybe political or certain agenda concern. So how do you balance between these, and what is authenticity basically for you as well?
Mm-hmm. I think for me, what helps me find authenticity in my projects is staying with people and talking to them for a long time, and also asking my protagonist, well, how have you been portrayed before? And when I say you, I mean your group. Let's say I'm photographing homeless people. I always ask, so what is the way you don't want to be photographed?
I like that. It's like, what is the stereotype of that? That what is the basically the fair way to do it for you? That's really cool.
Yeah.
I'm curious what sort of answers you get.
Oh,
for
with,
a question
homeless people, 100% like me sleeping under a bridge, or it's the stereotypical
Funny
images
once
that
you said that, it's immediately popped like that.
yeah,
Right?
they want to show the strength, and that's sometimes difficult because I also want to show the hardship. I'm not there just to tell a happy story, so I have to find a balance in between. So, for instance, with Born Free, I did take pictures of homeless kids smoking weed, but at the same time, I also showed them laughing and joking, and I want to balance it out. So for me, that is what authenticity is, and sometimes I don't even need to ask people because you kind of know what the stereotype might be. And then I hope to find the real pictures by staying long. And once one of my colleagues said, I can never beat you on this project anymore because you've spent so much time.
Was there
And it's true.
Was there any project that you wanted to cover specific angle, then after you asked that question, it changed your perspective?
Absolutely. Or people would slap me on my hand, and be like, hey, the angle you're picking is bad. I've had it, for instance, with COVID. So not within Born Free, but with COVID, the doctors at one stage were telling me like, hey, don't focus too much on all the people that are dying in this hospital because we have a lot of people surviving. And I was like, oh yeah, good. But the news was so much geared towards people dying. And sometimes I also have to blame myself for that, but sometimes it's also editors when you are assigned that are like, okay, go to that hospital and show the devastation, and you
Now,
go there thinking that way.
Is it a naive question to ask? Is it that the news would be focused on the negative because that would sell better? I mean,
think
when you are, one thing we're talking about, it's a business radio, we're here, and, so we're always talking about art versus commerce, how do you create art in a capitalist world where money is king, but art is supposed to be about something else, about truth, about spirituality. If news, which is still storytelling, is deciding that a gothic slant on things, a dark, depressing slant, you think it's just that, or do you think that there's something else at stake, or is it really just about selling tickets?
I think no. I think there's a bigger. That would surprise me in a way. I think people are drawn to reading sad news, but research actually shows. I recently did a talk about this that not positive stories, but stories that have a solution-based journalism, that about 70% of people would prefer those kinds of stories. And actually after COVID, I diverted a lot of my storytelling towards solution-driven storytelling, because research also shows people are so ready to read those stories more. You can see it on places like TikTok and Instagram, mostly on Instagram. Positive stories, if you check the comments, it's always people saying, oh, I wish the news would focus more on this.
And do you notice a difference in response?
I notice a difference in response when I post about this, because people like positive stories. My very long-term, or not positive, but solution-based stories. The last story I worked on was that mental issue story in Belgium, but I did another one on co-housing, on people living together as families in a structure where you live together with your parents or multiple generational living, which is a solution to loneliness, a solution to expensive housing. And it had so many positive reactions. And newspapers are now more drawn to showing these solution-based stories as well. So I think when you talk about authenticity and when you talk about what is a real story, I don't really think there's a real answer. But the only thing I can think of is authenticity to me is listening to your protagonist and photographing or filming them in a way that does justice, which means when you are editing your pictures, making selections, or when you are editing a video, of course, it's very tempting to put all the like harsh stuff in it, but it's not authentic, right? It's not the real life. When there's a war happening in Ukraine, I was so surprised because I only knew war from television. I went to Ukraine, the schools were still open. People were going to bars, partying.
Really?
Life doesn't stop. Yeah, so
because news
you
is
don't
mainly
see that.
focused on destruction.
Exactly. So when I went to Ukraine, I also photographed daily life. I love daily life. People find it boring sometimes, but I don't know how daily life can be boring. Daily life is what we have every day. To me, that's the most interesting. Also in newsy situations.
Well, I mean, and also when you say daily life, this comes back to what we're. Oh, by the way, I should say to if you're just coming in, you're listening to Crossroads at Mira Business FM in collaboration with Middlesex University Dubai, and you can search for us on Mira Business FM. You can find us online at YouTube, Spotify, Apple, Amazon, etc. Thank you. Back to the show. I'm supposed to say that every few minutes, and I don't. So this time I just remembered as I was looking at the notes. But authenticity, I mean. Yeah, again, you're a storyteller. You are a storyteller of quote unquote truth, but I guess that's coming back to what we're talking about today. What is truth? And no matter, in a world shaped by quantum physics, we know that the observer shapes the observed, and that's inescapable.
Yeah.
So when you are observing daily life, you are shaping the daily life through your
100%.
observation. So you are saying, in a sense, that when you say, I just love daily life, I guess my question is a roundabout way of saying, what do you like about daily life?
Yeah, you could kind of argue that because I love daily life, my images will have more daily life. And is it then more authentic, or is it my view? It's always the view of the person photographing it. But I think what I'm now seeing in some students that I teach all over the world. A lot of it is online, but also in real life. In the Netherlands, I go to universities. I'm part of the 7 Foundation, which is the photography, it's a photo agency, but also foundation. And they do a lot of teaching, and students come into our school, our academy in Arles in France. And sometimes when you teach there, you find students from all around the world. Sometimes I get the question, after teaching for like a full day, and they lift their hand and they say, Can you talk me through this image? How did you set this up? And I'm like, hey, wow, I skipped a very important part in my lecture because I didn't realize some people think that as a news photographer, you're setting it up.
Stage it, yeah.
Exactly. So what is authenticity? That would be not setting things up. So I don't even say, can you walk again where you were walking? Or can you, which is very normal to do in video, right? But in photography, you can't. If you miss it, you miss it. So what do I like about daily life? I like photographing daily life because when I miss it, I miss it. I kind of like that. It makes it a real job. You have to be on top of things. And the reason I like to photograph daily life is because all these boring things that we do in a day, from brushing teeth to waking up, brushing teeth, having breakfast. If you look at those images right now, when you take them of your day this morning, they might be boring. But if you look at them in 50 years from now,
That's a good point.
Yeah, it's like, wow, that's how they lived.
Yes.
Look at that bed. We don't sleep like that anymore. Look at that toothbrush. That's so old-fashioned.
You're recording a fleeting reality.
Exactly.
And an unposed reality.
Everything
too.
that happens now, it's already history tomorrow. And I
Yeah.
love recording that. Sometimes I call myself an archivist. I feel like I'm more archiving life. So, yeah, I don't know.
It's
That's how
such
I
an
look at it.
interesting angle because we always find it interesting to look back into, for example, in the 17th century, 18th century, this painting to indicate how people lived, but we're not giving same value to our daily life now.
Yeah.
But actually, it's a beautiful angle that, yeah, but this in 100 years' time or something, this is gonna matter.
Absolutely.
But
I hope so, at least. Otherwise, my job is so useless. I'll become an accountant.
It matters. Hopefully so.
Speaking of your, because you mentioned also like how you deal with students, and this leads to the questions earlier when I mentioned that you're an educator, and nowadays and everything is fast-paced, use of AI, quick solutions, all these kind of things. What challenges are you finding now in this generation as Gen Zs in understanding authenticity? Apart from it being staged, because I faced this also in documentary class when everyone thinks that they are promoting the cause.
Yes.
But I'm like, no, you are just reflecting the cause, keeping it as real and raw as possible. But still, even in the stages of filmmaking, it's so hard for them to detach because they grew up with staging things, with promoting, with faking things. Even influencers themselves, when now they show their life, they're not showing it authentically.
No.
They are promoting their life. So how are you keeping balance through that, or like what challenges are you facing also in this generation?
Well, my first challenge was within me because I didn't realize this. You already realized this from teaching. It took me a while to realize that this is what was happening. So then I have to remember when I start teaching that I first start talking about, well, the staging part, but also the fact, and we discussed this a little bit in the car here when you picked me up, that younger people seem to be more afraid to talk to each other. So they don't they have a more difficult time, I feel, getting to the real story. Because if you're afraid to talk to a taxi driver or the woman behind the cashier, like the cashier in a supermarket, or your neighbor, or even talking to the parents of your friends that you are visiting, we didn't have phones when we were growing up, so we were just talking to each other, and it's a very normal to us, but it's not so normal for this generation. So that is one challenge. And also the fact that you can get so much from AI, and again, I really use AI for a lot of practical things like writing applications for grants or things that are practical. But when it comes to really human-to-human contact, I really prefer interviewing people, talking to people, being
There's
curious.
no substitute. I'm sorry.
There's no substitute. Exactly. It just doesn't exist. So that's the biggest challenge I face when teaching is that when I tell people, okay, and now you take your camera and you're going into the town and you're going to find a story. They come back with stories that are not really stories. It's promotion images. I went to a bakery. I took pictures of what they're making. Okay, that's a good start.
So a generation of influencing has made people
It's
incapable of
true.
doing
You
anything
know
but
why?
acting like an influencer.
Because they grow up with the stereotyped images anyway.
Yeah.
Like their
And they're all
visualization,
posed.
if we're talking about some topic, for example, our visualization would be closer to reality since we are like millennials or like previous generation or something. This is what shaped our childhood. But for them, their childhood is already shaped by these images, by
And
stereotyped
it is
images.
their reality. Our reality
So-
was shaped a certain way. Their reality is shaped a different
Yeah,
way.
exactly. So that's also my question. How, like, when you tell someone authenticity, understanding authenticity is being different from one generation into other. Now their authenticity definition of the authenticity, seeing that bakery shop is authentic for them.
Exactly. So then I try to explain when you are not doing anything online or not looking at like what is real life to you, and people have a very hard time answering that. But to me, it is feeling sadness, happiness, despair, all the feelings that we can feel, which for some people it's difficult to feel them even because they are glued to a screen or glued to working hard or making money. Because mind you, this generation also has to work hard especially in the Netherlands. I don't know about here, but we have a huge housing crisis in the Netherlands. So young people are living with their parents until they're 30 almost before they can move out. There's no money. So it's a hardworking generation. And at the same time, there's not a lot of connection. So I try, when I teach, try to ask them, what is life about? And for me, it's about these things, about love, about being sad, about being happy, all these things that you can feel. And then I tell them, okay, now go back to the bakery and try to photograph that. Try to photograph a feeling. So the bakery opens, like the baker starts baking at 5 o'clock. So you are going to be there at 4:30. So when he gets off his bike or out of his car and he looks tired and angry maybe because he has to wake up so early, you photograph him then. And maybe then you photograph him while he's having breakfast and he's almost falling asleep.
So focusing on emotions rather than just...
Exactly. A post bakery with a beautiful croissant holding it up and smiling.
Trying to capture the unposed moments.
Yeah,
in a way.
exactly.
Yeah. And that's, you brought up documentary for me. Now, we've talked about your photography, but you've also made several documentaries. And if you go to the website, they're all on there. And several of them were in South Africa. So they're of a piece, I think, with the Born Free one. One is in my homeland, the one in North Dakota.
Yes.
I mean, I'm from New York, but in America.
I wondered, like, are you from North Dakota?
Same continent. So how did... I guess I'd like to hear about that, but more in a bigger question, like, you know, if I teach fiction storytelling for the most part, and fiction storytellers, even when they tell a wide gamut of stories, they tend to have a central story that they tell again and again in a variety of poses. Would you say that that's true of nonfiction storytellers as well? Would you say that there is a story you tell?
I think when it comes to my work, often yes. As in the topics always intertwine, because that's what you mean, right?
Yes.
For my work, I think the topics are so similar, even though they're about different things. So the story in North Dakota was about a big oil boom, and people from around the world and from around the US were going to North Dakota to become rich, of making money in the oil boom. South Africa is a story about racism and how a country is starting a new democracy. But in the core of it all these stories are about human connection. And I know that sounds a bit like blah, blah, but I really love to focus in all my stories about, okay, so who is sad and why? Who is happy and why? What's happening here? So in the North Dakota story, we followed a woman that was getting super rich, actually, but living in a trailer park. So she was spending very little on housing. And she was very lonely because it was only men, and the men were being quite predatory towards her. She was one of the only women in the whole town. So she was unhappy, but making money. So I in that sense, the stories are similar. I look at what makes people tick or what makes them go and what makes life life. I think all my stories are about that. And that's why I started by saying, if I have to do a story for a newspaper about solar panels, it's quite difficult.
You said something a little earlier about connection. So in a way, your stories are all about when do people connect or fail to connect.
I grew up in a family with I have 3 siblings, so 4 kids. I really have a lovely family. But what I like about big families, and I know they can be much bigger than just 4 kids, is that there is this interconnection between you. In 1 year, I might be closer to my older sister than to my younger sister, than to my brother. And then we fight, and then we don't fight. I grew up in this system, and I loved also, I was part of it, but I also really always enjoyed looking at it as an outsider, even though I was an insider. And I think that's what makes me tick as a storyteller, this interconnectedness between people. And also to see, by doing that all around the world, that we're all very similar. It's also funny to me, because I photographed the biggest racist in South Africa, these white, extreme racist groups. But then when you see them with their family, they're very loving. They are, on one hand, awful people. On the other hand, for them it's important their daughter goes to a nice school and that she's safe. And, you know, they also cry and they also are happy. And I think all of my stories are about that. I even really hope to give a human face also to people that have very opposite opinions from me. Like the Trump administration, for instance. I would
but it's
love...
a beautiful goal. You're just trying to create empathy with your storytelling.
Exactly. I think it's important too. I remember very well, about 15 years ago, I was at the award show of the World Press Photo in Amsterdam, which happens every year in Amsterdam in May. And there was a photographer who had to portray I think Al-Qaeda guy that killed many people. And he had to portray him in prison. And before he portrayed him, he asked the guy, "Can I give you a hug?" The photographer asked the Al-Qaeda man, "Can I give you a hug?" And the Al-Qaeda guy just started crying. And they hugged. And he was like, "Wow, that's the first human connection I have felt in a long time." And
why did the photographer think? I think it's great that he did, but it's not something that would have crossed my mind. But why did he think to do it?
Yeah, also before that, it would have never crossed my mind, but I never forgot it because it made me realize it's important for me personally, it's important to make people feel like a human being.
And especially when mainly violence comes from certain people or something, apart from political agendas or their goal and stuff, is usually lack of love.
Yes.
So maybe he thought that, okay, I would give him that first, and then we'll open his heart into something.
It did, and the image that he took won the World Press, and it's for a reason. You really see a human picture there. And I don't think the photographer did this as a trick. This has to be in your heart. And some photographers can do it and others can't. But you can learn it for sure. Because that was a learning moment for me, to see all the people I photograph and all the people I meet on a daily basis. I don't like seeing them as, you are this type of person. I don't want to associate with you.
Well, I think that's exactly it. He didn't do it as a trick. You don't do it as a trick. You actually care. It comes across in talking to you. You care about people.
Absolutely.
I remember I once watched a crime documentary, and it was like someone killed someone's son, and the father basically was in the courtroom. And though it's so devastating, he told the killer towards the end, he told him, like, I want to hug you, and I do genuinely forgive you, because you must have never witnessed love in your life to do such act. And it's then when the killer broke into tears.
Yeah.
So probably it's that
it's
thing.
It's that thing. And I think it's very important. I don't think you can be a photographer if you can't see that. I have a good example, and I hope they're not listening to this. I used to live with a family in the US for a year and a half, and I love them. It's already 25 years ago in South Dakota, actually. And they're the most loving people. I speak to them every now and then, every year. I try to go and visit. And they now voted for Trump, which each to their own. I'm not a fan of him, but people do vote for him, and they voted for him. I could then look at them like, oh, your ideas of the world are so different than mine. I hate you. I love these people. I love them, but we don't agree on political issues. Why don't we agree? Because they are seeing different news channels than I am seeing. The world is already a huge divided place. We don't have to add to it by then hating the other person that much that you cannot see them as a human being. And if I would not see people that I don't agree with as human beings, because they either did something awful like killing someone or voting for someone I don't believe in, if I would think like that as a photographer, I could not touch any subject. Because
did you do like some photography that was against your beliefs, but because it's authentic and real, you like were keen on covering them?
Yeah, absolutely. One of the biggest stories that I actually won a World Press Award with was about a racist camp for white people in South Africa.
And this is one of your documentaries.
Yes, exactly. It's one of the documentaries, and it's also one of the works that's now showing at Exposure. It is a camp, a 9-day camp, where young people are being trained, young white South Africans, to become more racist. This was totally against everything I believe in. And I also told the leader of the camp when I was in the camp, I am believing the opposite of what you're teaching these children, and I think it's harmful to the children. And but what I also tried in my documentary, it's called Afrikaner Blood. You can find it on YouTube just by typing my name, Hilvi Neokikchin. Good luck with that. And Afrikaner Blood.
We get that on the screen. We'll spell it out at the end of the show.
Yeah,
okay.
Great. Or put it in the show notes.
Yeah, we will. We will.
Oh,
sure.
there we go. So in the documentary, you see the boys saying awful things about black people, really awful. But I made sure I included in the documentary one of the young boys crying because he was in pain, because he was afraid his father didn't love him enough. I added that because you want to see, it's not just an asshole for believing this, that black people are worthless, but you're also a human being. You're crying, you're sad, you're afraid of your father. All these things add up in my mind to, you are a real human being. You are going to this awful camp, but you can also feel things.
Weren't you afraid that this is going to come across on the wrong way, as in you're humanizing these things, like their perspective, but they're still human being, but it is still against what you're talking about. So how do you keep balance between how you want it to come across and how audience might perceive that?
That was a very difficult one. The lucky thing is that I was very young and inexperienced at the time, so a lot of the things I learned was afterwards. For instance, I kept, as a journalist, when I was in the 9-day camp, I really tried to stay invisible, which is difficult, but also tried to stay with my opinion on average. Like I wasn't yelling at the boys,
Neutral,
telling them, "Oh, you're awful," or "You shouldn't say that." But when it won the World Press, the video went viral. The images were published all around the world. It was my first story to publish internationally. I had never had anything like this, and then more South African white families sent their boys to the camp.
Okay.
So you promoted them.
Exactly, without knowing.
Okay.
So that was the one side. Parents were like, "Oh, great camp. Let me send my kid there to become a racist."
Now I know what to do with this summer vacation.
On the other hand, there were thousands. On the other hand, there were thousands of people, and you can see on YouTube a few hundred of them commenting negatively about the camp, like, "This is awful, this is bad." So what I tried to do as a maker, I kind of stepped back, and I try to stay in the middle as far as you can, and I tell the story the way it unfolded, and then the public, of course, has an opinion. So when you go to YouTube and you look at the comments, you will see people fighting.
But by doing that, also you
You
should.
see that in every comment
It's
section.
like, oh gosh, it's like a very average comment section.
You showed also authenticity in doing that. Authenticity not necessarily also means entirely positive. You basically unlocked layer of whole society, right? There are more people into this who would actually follow that camp, and other people who are like feeling the injustice or something like that. It's like unlocking another layer.
Okay.
But after that, I didn't realize it at the moment, so it was coincidental.
Yeah.
Heartbreakingly, I can't believe it. We're out of time.
I see. Oh, no.
I told you that news thing. Elvi, thank you so much for being here. Your show is at the Exposure International Photography Festival in Sharjah. It's running from January 29th to February 4th. Please, everyone, go see it. And contact info about your website will also be in the show notes. Okay?
Thank you so much.
Thanks
for this lovely
conversation.
conversation.
Thank you so much, Elvi.
Thanks so much for being
Thank you.
here. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Dina.
Thank you, David. Bye.
Bye.
Mira Business FM, Dubai's home of business radio.